Well, howdy there. How's it going, everybody? Ugh. I gotta wake up. I gotta lock in. We got some red hot spicy filler coming our way, man. Man. Every time I get, like, somebody's, let me see. Yeah, Moth posted this on Discord. Every fucking time that I get shown a new element from the English, I'm so fucking glad I'm not playing it in English anymore. Because, like, look at this. Such devices are often found pointing in the direction of the open-air baths, which is keeping with the letter rather than the spirit of its intended purpose, that being the observation of heavenly bodies. 1, that's just long as shit. 2, it's obviously made up. And 3, why would you think to write that? You know, that's just funny. That's just weird. It's just weird to me that that was, like, the first thing that you think of when you see a telescope, is that that's the first thing that you think to write when you see a telescope. That's just funny. That's just interesting to me. It's just interesting to me that that's the first thing that you think of. I just found that interesting. Ah, man. I gotta wake up. I'm yawning like crazy.
では、早速、アルケオン保管員に入ってみよう。建物の中に保管員の案内係がいるはずだ。
Okay, let's go into the vault. Should be an information. There should be a clerk. Help desk or something. Forgive me if I am not going to spend the most attention to, like, perfectly translating clerical procedures for, like, checking out materials at a, like, research library. That's the sort of thing that you would need to be getting paid to actually want to do.
すみません。保管員の中を見学したいのですが、よろしいでしょうか。
I would like to view some materials in the archives in the vault. Would that be all right?
あなた方は当院の職員ではありませんね。グリーナーのようでもなさそ
You're
う
not
ですが、
affiliated
所属を
with
伺えま
the
すか？
vault. You aren't cleaners either. Can I ask who you are,
バレレ
please?
シオン委員会のものです。
We're
この施
we're
設は
from the
一般開
Baldessian
放され
Committee.
ている区画であれば、誰でも利用できたと思うんですが、
Thought that this facility was open to the public.
ええ、普段ならば。しかし今は、
Ordinarily,
緊急の
yes,
大
that
整
would be
理
the
が
case.
行われているため、関係者以
However,
外は
due
立
to
ち
an
入り禁止
emergency,
になっています。
and in order, due to the, like, urgent, like, great reorganization, unaffiliated personnel are not permitted to enter the building.
仕方がないわね。惜しいけれど、他の施設を当たりましょうか。
Okay. Suppose there's something we can do. It's a shame. Let's go somewhere else.
ここには、ラビリンソス重曹につながる昇降機もあったはず。それだけお借りしても
There should be an elevator here that leads to the middle level of Labyrinthos. Is it alright if we use that? No.
残念ですが、昇降機についても、荷運びを優先させるために、一般の方の利用を止めております。
Okay, we're prioritizing, material transport. The elevator is closed to the public.
じゃあ、もうどこにも行けないってわけ？
So we can't go anywhere. That does appear to be the problem that people were saying, you know, was the issue with this zone, yes.
ご不便をおかけしますが、大整理が終了した後に改めてお越しください。
We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused, but you're welcome to come back again after the
それじゃあ意味がない
reorganization
わ。
recount
せ
is
っかく手がかりを
finished.
つかめたのに。
It'd be pointless by then. Finally had a lead.
ひとまずここを出て、何か他にできることを考えましょ
Okay, let's leave for a second and see what else, and think about what else we can do.
バルデシオン委員会か。
The Baldessian Committee, huh? Big gulps, huh?
う。さて、どうしたものかしらね。他に哲学者議会の思惑に迫れそうな手がかりもないし、もう少し食らいつきたいところだけれど。
Yeah, okay, we don't have any other leads. This is really something I would have wanted to follow up.
あの様子だと保管員の中に入れてもらうのは無理そうね。となると、
Doesn't seem like it's going to be possible to get inside the
方
vault.
法を探す方がまだ現実的か。
So it'd be more practical to try and think of some other way we can get to a lower level.
この状況で保管員の近くにい
to
る人は
find another way
大
we can
整
get to a
理の
lower
関
level.
係者である可能性が高いわ。彼らと一緒なら昇降機に乗せてもらえるかもしれない。
Okay, so anyone's around the vault here is going to be involved in this. I still don't have a theory. There's a better term for that. I mean, it's probably the, like, re-inventory, great inventory, or something like that. Because they are, like, taking inventory, taking stock. And, well, no, they're also, like, moving things in and out, so it's... consolidation? I don't know. Like, if we could blend in with them, we might be able to get onto
手
the
分けし
elevator.
て声をかけてみましょうか。人手は足りていないようだったし、荷物持ちとして採用されるかもしれない
Okay,
が。
let's split up and go talk to them. Seems like they're short on manpower, so we might be able to get, like, hired on as, luggage carriers, you know, baggage carriers. That seems very flimsy. If we could just, like, do that. Also, 1 second, it's actually... Wah. I just cleaned my AC the other day, and now it's working much better, but that means that I'm cold. There we go.
「下の階層に行く用事ですか？すみません。私たち保管員が利用できないって知らずに来たただの学生なんです。
Yeah, you want to go to a lower level, we're just students, came down here without knowing that the, what was
先日
unusable.
陳氏の森で不思議な生き物を見つけて図鑑にも載っていないみたいだったので寄贈するつもりだったんですよ。
Found a strange creature in the forest the other day, and the forest of contemplation. Didn't seem to be any of the books, so I wanted to bring it here to be, like, to donate it.
ね、鳴き声も珍しいでしょう。とりあえず、保管員の利用が再開されるまでは、私たちで面倒を見ようと思います。
Isn't that call of it's really strange? Oh, okay, we'll just take care of it until the storage facility is reopened. What the fuck did they catch? Hold up, it's gonna be like behind this, isn't it? It's gonna be like all the way over here, isn't it? It always is. Nope. But it is on the very edge.
なんだ下の階層まで連れて行ってくれって悪いが他を当たってくれ働き同士でやっと
Okay, you want to go to the lower level? Sorry, find somebody else. I've been, working way too hard. I haven't even gotten to take a break. Whatever.
さっきグリーマーが一人そこの門から出て行ったぞ荷物をたくさん背負ってたからまだ
Saw
仕
one of
事
the cleaners,
中
got
だ
into
ろ
the
う
gate there,
下に
carrying a
行
lot
く
of
よ
stuff. Okay. We're just finding somebody to latch onto to help us get down to a lower level. That's it. I think I might even start going even harder skim mode. Like, just full on, like, YouTube short AI voice summary.
し音を立てるな逃げられる
And, quiet, you get away.
で今日はよく会うな声をかけてもらったとこ悪い
glad
が
to see you.
また別件で取り込み中だ
Sorry,
捕まえなきゃならない鳥がいてな
currently busy. Bird, I gotta find. What do I know about this
今度
zone
も
so
手伝
far?
ってくれるっていう
They...
のかオタク相当なもの好きだな
So, here's what I'm assuming is going to be the case. They're doing a Noah's Ark style bullshit meme. They're bringing in a bunch of strange plant life and animals that are easy to grow and maintain, and the entire place, the entirety of Labyrinthos, is part of a big old spaceship that's going to get shot off to the moon. Like, the place is going to open up, Labyrinthos is part of the big spaceship, it's all going to shoot off to the moon. They haven't said any of that, it's just very clearly what's going to happen. There is nothing more for you to know. I mean, if I... Like, it's pretty obvious, right? Right? Like, you can spoil me on if I'm right about that, but I'm pretty sure that that's just what they're going for. The second they had the dude say, like, oh, they wanted us to bring animals here that are easy to, like, breed for food. It's like, oh, okay, the entire place is gonna get sent to the moon. Like, this is the spaceship that's getting sent to the moon. There you go. You wanna help me again? Yeah, you got some, yeah, you really got a lot of free time.
二人の方が安全に捕まえられるのは確
Might
か
be
か
easier to
こ
catch
こは
with
お言葉
two
に
of
甘って
us.
このそ
Okay.
ばの水場に数種類
I'll
の
accept
鳥
the
が
help.
集まってる俺が捕まえたいのはホーンビルって
Okay,
鳥の
go.
羽の
You
色が
wanna go catch a
緑で
hornbill?
ふわっと鳴くやつを探してこの麻酔針を打ち込んでくれ
They've got, yeah, green feathers, and they go quah. Stab it with a needle.
じゃあ俺は川に降りて待機してる お前が麻酔を打ち込み次第、対象を保護するから、間違えないようによろしくな。
So one thing that is slightly interesting is that this dude, for being a, male Vieira or whatever, he actually speaks in a very, like, very masculine way.
捕獲対象。
Oh, this is what we're fucking doing again. What's the thing that goes qua? I'm assuming it's you. Yeah, it's you. Icelandic? Nah, just like pretty normal. I should have checked for a shoe bill. Like, he's just saying, you know, I'm gonna go down to the river and wait and make sure you get the right one. Yeah, I mean, that's about what I expected the voice to be like for this dude. Damn, they're good.
手伝いありがとうよ。あいつを保護してから上がるから、その辺で待っててくれ。
Erbil has an Indian accent in the EN dub because he said something about Tamanere. So the devs assumed he was born there. He was not. So wait, in the English, this dude did like one study abroad month in India. Yeah, the localizer assumed. So what, he did like one study abroad month in India and he started talking like Apu from The Simpsons. He was Icelandic and not Indian. That also doesn't make any sense. Why would he have any sort of funny accent? He should talk normal. He talks normal. In fact, like, this is... Okay. You know, we'll hear it in the next line, but... Here, let me raise the volume a little bit for him. This is, like, the most normal-ass dude. Hey, thanks for your help. I'll take care of this guy, and, head on up, so just wait there. Or rather, wait over there.
ここにいたのね。何か有力な情報はあった？
Get any good leads? Get any good info?
さっきのクリーナーと再会してフォーンビルをねえ。
Okay.
外で捕まえた生き物を運んでくるのはわかるけど、
No.
ラビリンソスの中で捕まえてどうするのかしら。
Okay. You know, they're bringing creatures they've caught outside, but what are they doing with, like, creatures they catch inside Labyrinthos?
何？珍しいことでもないさ。
It's not that strange.
観察を終えたり、ここでの育成が難しかった動植物は運び出されることがあるんだよ。野生に返す以上、条件は厳しいけどな。
Okay. So pretty much things that don't fit into the ecosystem here are taken out, but you know, there's strict conditions for being able to return to the wild.
それを丁重に故郷へお届けするのも俺らグリーナーの仕事ってわけさ。
Okay, so, you know, it's part of our job as gleaners to take them back, you know, where to their homes.
ただまあ今回に関しては運ぶ先が違う。頼まれてるのは下への移送だからな。
Well, you know, that's normally, but I'm taking that's not where I'm taking him this time. I'm supposed to take him below. I'm supposed to take it below. Hmm.
ラビリンソスの仮想には哲学者議会に指名された研究者のみが立ち入れる区画がある。
There's a section in the lower part of Labyrinthos that's only accessible to researchers like directly affiliated by the Philosopher's Parliament.
他国に決して明かせない先端技術や近畿魔法を研究しているとも噂されているけれど、私たち賢人ですら真実を伺い知ることはできない。
Okay. It's rumored that they're, you know, researching, like, there's some high-tech research going on, or, like, you know, research into forbidden magic. Yeah, but even us sages aren't allowed to know what's going on down there.
そこで働く研究員たちを専用の施設に住まわせ、町に出さないくらいの徹底ぶりだもの。
Okay, the researchers there live in dedicated facilities, they don't go outside. I'm going even harder skim mode.
そんな場所になぜホーンビルを研究に必要なのだろうか。
And why is a hornbill being brought somewhere like that for research?
さて、
Beats
依頼
me.
主の哲学者議会からは説明がなかったもんでね。
Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, I didn't get a explanation from the Philosopher's Parliament.
ただ、俺や仲間に渡されてる内外から下へ運ぶ対象のリストを見ると、最先端の研究のためって感じじゃないな。
Yeah, but judging from all the things that, you know, me and my fellow gleaners have been tasked with carrying, below doesn't look like they're being used for any sort of, you know, cutting-edge research.
どちらかといえば、南方大陸に乗り込む準備とでも言われた方がしっくりくる。
Huh. I'm not entirely sure what he means by this. That's like norikomu here is an interesting word. Yeah, if anything, it'd be more accurate to say it's like preparation to enter the southern continent.
どういうこと？
Yeah. You know, it's very... it's weird. Like, this happens semi-frequently now, and I can't really tell if it's the result of my Japanese getting better, or if it's just like, you know, I'm downplaying my own level of Japanese comprehension. But it's very, like, reassuring when I go, huh, that was a weird line. That was a weird thing for somebody to say. I'm not sure if that's me not understanding this, or if it's supposed to be somewhat confusing. And then another character immediately goes, hey, what did you mean by that? That's somewhat confusing. It's like, hell yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, it's not that complicated. It's presumably this guy thinks that they're gonna be like, you know, evacuating or something.
運び込むように指示されてるのは安定した食料供給を見込めそうな動植物。
The animals and plants that were being instructed to carry in are, you know, those that are like able to be to serve as a like stable food source.
それに比較的変化に強い種や過酷な環境への耐性があるもの、土壌や水質の改善に用いられる奴らもだな。
No, you fucking idiot! They're gonna terraform the moon. They're not going to the south. They're terraforming the moon, you dummy. Species that are relatively resistant to change, tolerant of harsh environments, things that can improve soil, water quality. Yeah.
確かに。まるでどこかに入植しようとしてるみたいね。
Yeah, it really does seem like they're trying to set up a settlement somewhere.
もっとも根拠のない憶測だけどな。グリーナーが触れてるのは思惑のほんの一角だろうさ。
Okay, all of this is just, you know, random speculation. You know, there's only so much you can figure out with what a gleaner has access to.
運んだものが正しく知識として残されることを願うだけだ。ものであれ、命であれな。
Hey, look, it's that theme again. Yeah, all we hope is that the things we carry will be, you know, left behind as knowledge, you know, whether that's things or life. Things or lives.
俺はもう行く。大した礼もできなくて悪いな。
So then, I'm gonna be heading off now. Sorry, there isn't anything I could do to thank you more. Yeah, sorry, I can't give you any sort of reward.
物は相談なのだけれど、私たち下の階層に降りられなくて困ってるの。
So, yeah, we're having a little bit of trouble getting to the lower level.
あなたが下へ動物たちを収めに行くなら、同行者として連れて行ってもらえないかしら。
You know, if you're going below to deliver these animals, would you be willing to take us along with you as helpers?
いや、悪いがそれは難しいな。
Sorry, that'd be pretty hard to do.
揃い次第リフトで送ることになってる。
Animals are sent by lift as soon as they're prepared.
その後、俺も報告のために降りはするが、そこに至って荷物持ちだと紹介するわけにもいかないだろう。
Okay. You know, there are times that I have to go down to... Yeah, after that I go down to report, but... You know, it's not like I can introduce you as luggage carriers or anything. Sure, whatever.
ごもっともね。忘れてちょうだい。
Yeah. Or, I mean, he could have also had, like, you know, put you in bags and shit. It's like, alright, yeah, fair enough. Forget it, then. Wait, like, for you, I even asked.
オタクラ、腕と足腰に自信はあるか？もしそうなら、降りる方法がないわけじゃない。
Are you all, you know, confident in your... No, okay, so... Otakura here is just a, like, somewhat formal way of saying you all. Kind of. It's a bit of a weird way of saying it. Slightly, not really. There's a lot of different ways to refer to people in Japanese. You know, you're quite confident in your arm and leg strength. If so, it's not like there's no other ways to get down.
この道の先に第33期拡張行動がある。
I'm sorry, what?
ラビリンソスを拡張すると同時に鉱物資源を得るための場所さ。
We got Expedition 33, Expedition 33 reference. Okay, 33rd, like expansion mine. It's expanding labyrinthos, also obtaining
安全は
materials.
確保されてないが、そこを通ればミディアルサーキットまでは降りら
Not
れるはず
guaranteed.
だ。
Yeah, it's not safe. If you can get through there, you should be able to get down to the middle circuit.
それは私も初耳よ。
That's my first time hearing about that. Thank you so much.
どういたしまして。だが、
どういたしまして。おからから。
難しいと思ったらやめておけよ。それじゃあな。
I like this guy. どういたしまして。In all katakana. I like this guy. Well, you know, you're very welcome. And it's up to you if you want to go that way or not. If it gets too hard, you know, make sure you know, if you're not up to it, best not to even try. See you later.
ここで行かないって選択肢はないわよね。ともかく行動の様子を見てみましょう。
No way, we turn back now. Let's go to the mine. So really, like, I already just know everything that's gonna be happening in this entire zone, right? I'm assuming they're going to build up to the whole thing of being like, whoa, it's a spaceship. They're probably not even going to build up to that here. They're going to, like, leave off with, what in the fuck is that? You know, I think that Charlene, maybe we should burn this place to the ground. You know, I'm just saying maybe we should burn this place to the ground. Screamer? We've kept a bird here that only screams. I'm assuming in this section we're not even going to get to the whole spaceship part. We're gonna like leave off on a little cliffhanger. Okay, there's the cave. Here's something inside. Okay, there's stuff, dangerous things living in there. Doesn't look like it's, you know, stable footing. Make sure you're ready before we go. Okay, let's go inside. Okay, let's split up. Okay, keep your head on a swivel, keep looking around you. Meet up at the end of the tunnel. Whoa, it's spooky in here. Oh man, I was talking about YouTube AI things. We're gonna end up on one of those, like, top 15 scariest caving deaths that could have been avoided. Alfino and Alize went down into the cave first, though they had no formal caving experience, and did not bring enough supplies for the long journey ahead. Whoa. Look at this fucking crazy ass thing. Okay, there we go. They were reduced to it. Okay, can I talk about something completely unrelated for a bit here? So, I actually, like, I've been talking mad shit about Dead by Daylight recently, like, more so than usual, but I still had it in my Steam library as a result of getting it on, like, a turbo sale to play with my friends, like, 6 years ago or something, and then we stopped because we realized it was fucking boring, and so I decided, you know what, I'm gonna boot it back up and I'm gonna give it another try. And this is entirely unrelated to the thing that I'm actually going to mention here, which is, why the fuck is, you know, Michael Myers from Halloween actually just called The Shape? I think I might be in a mad, like, minority here when I think that that name is lame as shit. Like, it's such a lame-ass name. I was like, oh, he's The Shape. Like, what, does he go into the fucking square hole? What do you mean? Like, I get the whole point of it, but it's really lame. They call him the drink. I would prefer that. But anyway, I played like 5-6 matches of Dead by Daylight. I picked Wraith, and I just casually like 3 and 4 killed everybody, including people who had like 400 hours in the game, and got screamed at in the post-game lobby despite not even knowing what I was doing. And I was winning and not having fun. It's like, oh man, I backed somebody into a corner and downed them. I feel nothing. It was genuinely a bizarre sensation. Where it's like, huh, I'm in a PvP game against other people, and like, the person who I downed is like, vigorously shaking their head no, like, oh, please don't do this, and I'm just like, I don't care. And I realized that actually makes it a very effective, like, serial killer simulator, because I see these people before me begging for their lives, and I just feel nothing. It's like, huh, that's weird that you care about whether or not you live or die. That's interesting. So, you know, honestly, kind of great. Except for the part where the game's boring as shit.
君も無事に降りてこられたんだね。どうやら本当にミディアルサーキットまで抜けられたようだ。
Yeah, you made it through. Looks like, wow, we're really are here in the middle circuit.
人の生活に欠かすことができない食料生産に関するサンプルが集められていたはず。
Okay, this place is collecting samples for, you know, food cultivation, essential for human life.
使われるかのような品が仮想に運ばれているとしたら影響を受けているかもしれないね。
Okay, items being transported here for low levels be used for, like, you know, settlements. Okay, let's go check things out. So, the whole elevator thing is restricted, but you can just go through a cave, and nobody is gonna do anything about it. Whoa! The boys! Look at these little guys! How? Wait a minute, they said that they're growing things that you can eat. No! Look at them, they're adorable! Oh, it's an eggplant? Egg. Call got egg. Egg. So look out. Ha ha ha. These are the jokes. shamelessly stolen from Fubuki. That one just fucks me up. Mandrake. Onion? That, oh no, it's sad to be an onion. Bro, I'd be sad if I was an onion too. Why did God make me so delicious? Yeah, I mean, I do have, like, some jobs that are somewhere around 80 or something. Like, I could be on Dark Knight, but... The thing is... I mean, I could be playing, like, Viper. But... I don't... Like, I did that for the entirety of Shadowbringers, and I just did not actually enjoy myself. By playing, like, a class I don't like. I would rather spend the, like, more time later leveling up classes in a different way than being stuck playing a class I don't like in the MSQ. I never understood these things. I mean, there's not much to understand. They're cute as shit. Look at them. Look at them go. Hey, grapes. Low poly grapes. Pumpkins.
ああ、なるほど。メリオール実験農場の近くだったのね。
Okay. Like experiment
ラビリンソスで
farm.
は様々な植物の栽培はもちろん、世界各地から収集された農法の研究も行っているの。
Okay, research on farming
こ
methods
こは
throughout
その
the,
取りま
the
とめを
world.
している施設よ。
Okay, so the farm here is set up to test like those farming
ラビリンソスで
methods.
働く職員たちに提供されていると。
They're
た
producing
まに
food.
アモラの詩にも流れてるわよね。どこ、原産か聞きたくなる感じの見慣れない果物とかが。
Yeah, every once in a while there's you know, some unknown like fruits, vegetables and stuff that show up in the market in Agora.
あるわね。名前が書き添えられてないのに栄養価だけは書かれてる謎の野菜っぽいものとか。
Yeah, you know those. They got like, yeah, mysterious vegetables. They don't even have names. They're just their like nutritional information written down for them. Okay.
ふむ、ここにはグリ
So
ーナーの
that's
姿
a
はほと
fun
んど
little
ないよ
bit.
うだね。しかし、皆慌ただしく仕事をしているようだ。
They just grow weird shit. Doesn't seem to be any gleaners here. Everybody's really busy.
大生理やそれを命じた哲学者議会の意図について何か知っている職員もいるかもしれ
Some
な
of the
い。
people here might know something about this like graveyard organization that the Philosopher's Parliament mandated. Let's go get some information from them. Kale, but
よ
worse.
し、では君は聞き込みを中心に頼む。私たちもそれぞ
Like
れ
they are
様子
laying it
を
on a
探っ
bit
てみ
thick
よう。
about Jarlayan just being researchers and not caring about like pomp and circumstance and everything. Like, haha, they don't even name them. Okay, so this is literally what we're doing here, huh? Also, I think I might be in the minority here, actually, like, this might out me as, like, disgustingly white. I actually don't mind kale. I don't mind it. I think that in the proper, like, setup, it can actually be quite nice. But if anybody is like, oh, here's my, like, superfood bowl with kale and quinoa, get that shit out of my face. You get one. You
こ
get
の畑の
one
作物はま
trendy
だ
ass
収
food
穫して
item.
いないのね。 哲学者議会が下に運び込ませているものは、今すぐ食べられるものというわけじゃ。
Oh, here's my super fruit smoothie with kale and acai and chia seeds. Always fucking chia seeds and pumpkin seeds.
おや、見学者とは驚いた。昇降機は使えなかっただろうに、どうやって来たんだい？
Surprised to see visitors. Elevator should be usable. How'd you get here?
はは、行動をとって。そりゃあ、また、大した根性だ。
Pumpkin seeds are tasty, he tells him. Okay, the thing that nobody in America uses, and it's fucking amazing, black sesame. Black sesame desserts are fucking amazing, and nobody uses them here. Pisses me off. Black sesame ice cream is just like actually the best flavor of ice cream. Yeah, wow, you got here through a side route. You went through the mines. Yeah, that's some guts.
そうまでして来てくれたんだ。できればゆっくり案内してあげたい
Okay,
と
since
こ
you
ろ
went
だ
through
が
all the trouble,
哲学
like
者議
to
会から
love to be able to show you
とてつもない量
around,
の
but
依頼が来ていて
you
ね
know, we got the big job from the Philosopher's
私
Parliament.
たちが研究してきた様々な農法や条件に即した作物のサンプルを大急ぎで揃えてほしいと言われ
Okay,
たんだ
get
よ。
samples of crops that were grown using the like that meet certain
大
conditions.
整理と
Okay.
いうからには調べ終えた種を外に出して新しい研究のために土地を空けるんじゃないかと思ったが基地の種ばかりやけに大量に確保するように言われてね。
Okay, so it's like this great reorganization. We would take out the like species that we've thoroughly studied and bring in, free up space for new research. But we've been told to just make like massive reserves of species with known
どう
yields.
いう意図なのかと質問しても近いうちに説明するとお茶を
And
濁され
whenever we
るば
ask,
かりさ。そんなわけで案内できなくてごめんよ。
and whenever we asked them why that's what they're doing it, they just brushed us off, saying that they'd explain soon. Yeah, sorry, can't show you around. Black sesame, the best way that I can describe the flavor of like black sesame ice cream and stuff, it's like a toasted sweet cereal sort of flavor. You know, kind of like a roasted, like a sweet roasted wheat sort of flavor. It's very nice.
ひふう、下に運ぶ荷物がないかって？あるある、山ほどあるぞ。
You bringing anything down lower? There's so
貨物
much,
用の
way
リ
too
フトも
much.
使うが、一部は飛行銃に乗せるってんで、ここ出てすぐの宅配
Okay,
に
we
集
use
めてあるん
the
だ。
lift, but
重い荷物を
some
抱
amount of
え
the
て
cargo is
あの
being put
坂
on
は
flying
答える
animals.
ぜ。
Okay. Bring some of it up the hill over there. That's where they're putting things. Low poly grape.
何を収穫しているのか
I
ですが
find the low poly
見ての
grape
通り
meme to actually
グレ
be
ープ
kind
の
of
一種です
annoying.
よ。
Okay, what am I harvesting? As you can see, the
太陽
grapes.
の恵みがあればよく育つ育成しやすい種ですが原産地がイルサバード大陸
They
の中
grow
央山脈
well
沿
in
岸
the
なので
sun,
そこをモデルとしている
southern
ラビリン
mountains,
ススと
from the
相
southern
性がいい
mountains.
んです。
Okay,
あの
good
土
match
地
for
は
labyrinthos.
寒冷な北部山岳地
Oh
帯と
my
温暖な平野部
fucking god.
そして高温多湿な南部沿岸地帯を有しているため多くの生物の生育条件を満たせます。
Okay. So here's the thing. This isn't actually that complicated of a line. I just point out this is why nobody plays this shit in Japanese, man. This isn't actually that complicated of a line. Actually, is it? Am I downplaying this again? Because the thing is that I recently did restart a lot of my, like, Renshu stuff using Renshu, the app. And I just, like, loaded up some, like, JLPT N1 vocabulary and words, and I'm like, yeah, everybody knows this. but it's like, oh, this is apparently JLPTN1, what the fuck? So I think I'm massively downplaying my own Japanese proficiency, or everybody, actually no, it's not that I'm downplaying my own Japanese proficiency and I'm better at Japanese than I think. Everyone else is worse at Japanese than I thought. The bar is lower than I thought. That's the answer. Because I mean, I still think my Japanese is pretty fucking middling. But I mean, I look at this line, it's like, yeah, this is not that complicated. Something that's interesting, especially though, is that even if you don't know how to, like, the exact reading for kanji, you can just kind of look at them and know what they mean. Like, I didn't actually know the, like, I probably wouldn't know the reading of, ondan for, like, temperate off the top of my head. But I see that and I'm like, oh yeah, that's, like, warm. And it's like, oh, that's temperate. That's fairly easy. So you can just kind of skim and see, like, okay. Yeah, it's got cold regions to the, like, to the north in the mountains and temperate, like, temperate plains and, like, humid, regions to the south by the shore. And so it, yeah, it's, like, capable, like, it meets the needs of a large, variety of species.
まあ、だからこそ人も長年取り合ってきて、コルボだのロクスアモエヌスだのって名前が変わり続けてるんですが。
That's why people have been fighting over it for so many years, and, you know, the names have changed, like Kururu, Roxel.
ともかく哲学者議会はあの土地をモデルケースと定め、試行錯誤を経てラビリンソス内に気候を再現。その上で様々な植物の栽培実験をしてきたんです。
Okay. The Philosopher's Parliament declared that that land was like a perfect model to recreate, and so after much trial and error, that area's climate was recreated within Labyrinthos. So we've been experimenting with growing a variety of different plants. Okay, that's actually somewhat interesting. But I probably should have skimmed even harder. But the thing is that even if it's not that complicated, lines like that drain you, man. Like, it really does start to feel like you're reading a, like a college textbook.
荷物の中身は大量のレポートと種や苗のようだ。取り付けられたラベルには、普段からよく見かける農作物の名前が記されている。
Seedlings. Yup. We're just like sorting through this shit without any sort of permission. Oh. Hey, wait a second. Hey, wait a second. Heidelin, you bitch. Heidelin is involved with this. You motherfuckers. Oh, you're interested in that flower? Quite the beautiful flower, isn't it? That's a ridiculous name. Yeah, it's like a... we call it like the flower that reflects the hearts of men. That's a ridiculously long name. Yeah, you probably don't believe that at all, but it's true. It's great right now. Might be a sign of the anxiety and, like, hurry that everyone is in after these sudden orders. English calls them heart blooms. Like, the Japanese name was long, and I was literally about to say flowery and then stopped myself. But heart bloom just sounds like whoever would have said that would have gotten laughed out of Charlene. I think an overly specific name actually suits Charlene because they're not supposed to be very fancy. Like, they're supposed to be academic types, so having them call it, like, flower that reflects the hearts of men, kind of fits their overly analytical shtick. Beach that makes you old? I went down to the beach that makes you old. I got old. If the people around it are in a, like, good mood, it'll shine brightly. If they're, like, irritated or depressed, it'll darken. I mean, this seems to be like a reflection of the whole creation magic thing, right? Like, there's some sort of leftover from ancient times, and it's like latent creation magic going on here. The principle by which this works is still unknown even in Charlene. Many other things unknown about it as well. It's an incredibly long-living flower, but, you know, but it has, you know, like, very low fertility. You very rarely see them outside. Its origin is unknown. There's not enough sightings to, yeah, make a distribution map. Distribution diagram. And there's no similar species, so. Yeah, like people who have vague knowledge of this flower, like give it their own names and build their own, like, legends around it. And so we don't even know if there is a proper name for it. I'm a botanist, so I'd love to, you know, figure it out someday. But apparently, you know, luggage carrying is taking priority, cargo carrying is taking priority right now. So then, back to work. What were you talking about? We were talking about these flowers.
人の心を映す花ね。聞いたことがないわ。確かにとても珍しいのでしょうね。
Flower that reflects the hearts of men. I've never heard of it before. It must be very rare. Yeah, Kururu having an immediate reaction to it seems to... This is just the daisy that guy was fucking with you? That would be great. That would be great. That's some shit that I would do. Just improv an entire section about some random bullshit flower. I actually pretty much did that with Buckeyes. You know, in Ohio. Because it doesn't make any damn sense that the, like, state flower, the, you know, tree, like the Buckeyes in Ohio. You know, they make fucking chocolate and peanut butter treats for kids in the shape of Buckeye seeds, when Buckeye seeds themselves are incredibly poisonous. So it was sort of a running joke to be like, oh yeah, you know, they use Buckeye seeds for everything around here. Like, you know, you make bread with them, you make blah. And then people are like, oh wow, that's super interesting. You go, no, 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 I'm just fucking with you. They're actually incredibly poisonous. Leading typically to people asking, well then why do you make, like, candy for children in the shape of them? And then you respond, because Ohio is a terrible, terrible place that deserves to burn. One of my Japanese professors in college, when he learned about that, he just stopped class for like 15 minutes to scream about that. You know, he was just like, wait a second, what? You're telling me that they make candy for children in the shape of a poisonous seed. Like, in the shape of a poisonous nut. And then he just went, so let me tell you about some shit about America. He just paused for like 15 minutes to start screaming about everything about America that he found bizarre and uncomfortable. Class did not resume in the normal fashion. It was great. Okay, nobody has any definitive information on what's going on with the, you know, like what the Philosopher's Parliament are planning.
そうなるね。エレンビルが推測していた通り、食料の生産力向上を狙っているかのような動きはあるが。
That seems to be the case, but as Zarenville speculated, it seems like they're trying to increase, like, food yield.
それがどんな意図で行われているかまでは、現場に知らされていないといった風だ。
But it seems like the people carrying that out aren't sure of what the intention for that is. I mean, that one's a meme. Like, Rocky Mountain oysters are a meme. That's the case with a lot of, like, regional delicacies, is that nobody there actually eats it. It's something for tourists who show up to go like, wow, I can't believe you guys eat this, when there's nobody actually who lives there actually eats it. The one exception that I know of course, being Cincinnati chili in Ohio, again, which people there do actually eat and is disgusting. I'm declaring war on anyone who likes Skyline chili. Unsub. If you like Skyline chili, get the fuck out. Everyone else can stay. It would be faster if we could just, you know, talk to a legislator. Or we might just get that wish. No, it's not even served on potatoes. It's served over spaghetti with a heaping helping of raw onions and unmelted cheddar cheese that you then scoop with a spoon like a fucking animal. Oh yeah, you don't know? I'm derailing the stream to talk about Skyline chili. The Midwest has a lot to answer for? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh yeah, no, they also put like oyster crackers in there, but yes, this is Cincinnati chili. And the quote-unquote chili has a shit ton of cinnamon and like cloves in it. It tastes like perfume. It tastes like a Moroccan chicken dish with nasty-ass ground beef, way too much cinnamon, served over pasta that you do not twirl. Actual raw evil. It's the closest thing that you can get to, like, the physical manifestation of evil. I had talked shit about it forever. And then one time, I was incredibly hungry. And I passed by a Skyline, and I went, you know what? I can't talk shit about this without even trying it. And I went in, and I got, you know, Skyline chili plate. And I brought it home, and I ate 2 bites, and instantaneously threw it away. And ordinarily, I never do that. Like, you know, you don't want to just waste food, right? But it was just inedible. It was just actually inedible. Yeah, no, it's an abomination. This section of the game is so nothing that I'm resorting to talking about Skyline chili. Actually, Hokkaido, is that like conservatory? No, conservatory means something slightly different, doesn't it? No, I mean, it could. Like, greenhouse, it's... They're using the term hokan for, like, you know, safekeeping, and then in, like, you know, institution. But you could just say vault, you could say archive, conservation. Aquarium Conservation Institute. Okay, that's the exit from there. Let's just go with vault. I don't give enough of a shit. Hey, it's Erenville. He just came out of there.
遠目だが確かに。後で報告のために降りると言っていたからそれだろうか。
Yeah, it's pretty far away, but you're right. He said he would come down here to report, so that might be the case.
彼の依頼主は哲学者議会。
Okay, people, he's working for the Philosopher's Parliament. So then the person he's making his report to should be either a legislator or someone close to one. Oh, you wanna listen in on them? Actually, no, I just remembered. So they're talking about, like, this is gonna have to be a sneaking mission. Hold on. While we're doing that... Let me see, there's like a picture of... Yeah. Hold up. So just so you know, Skyline Chili's official Twitter put this out. They put this image out themselves. The stream is now about Skyline Chili. They put out this picture themselves. They were like, okay with this. This is the kitchen, the quote-unquote kitchen in a Skyline that is just open. That is a vat of spaghetti. You have a vat of spaghetti. That doesn't look like... That's not food. Bro. That's their, like, assembly line. There's the unmelted cheddar cheese, the vat of cooked spaghetti, and the vat of cinnamon chili. Oh, no, that is shredded cheese in the back. But there's, you see in the middle there, between the two tubs of chili slop, you have cooked spaghetti. Just sitting around in the open. Like, anytime somebody is like, oh man, you know, I don't know if I could eat, like, you know, you get like a video of, I've actually been watching fairly recently. There's some good-ass YouTube channels. Like some, African YouTube channels. Where people, you know, like, I can't remember where the guy is from. I think he's from Kenya. I think he's a Kenyan. And he, like, goes around in like, different African nations to try out the food culture and stuff. And you'll always get a couple of comments of people being like, oh, it looks so gross, it looks so dirty out there, I could never eat there. And then those same motherfuckers will be like, ooh, yummy skyline. Ooh, yummy skyline chili, so good. It's like, oh, I could never eat, like, a rice pilaf made on the side of the road in Uganda. But I'll eat fucking skyline chili. Those are definitely the same people, I'm not strawmanning anyone. It's exactly the same people who say that. Or it's like, you won't eat that, but you'll eat, like, a fucking tornado from the 7-Eleven. Like a roller hot dog. Grow up. Wait, gonna eavesdrop on him? Basically, it's saying, like, you know, it's their fault if they don't, you know, if they aren't more careful about their surroundings. Yeah, we aren't gonna get in their way. I'm not gonna drag Aaronville into it. Yeah, if you're worried though, I'll go alone.
Yeah. 父の思惑を知りたいと申し出たのは私自身だ。
No, I was the one who wanted to know what my father was up to. Yeah, and I also know that we aren't going to get the answers. Like, they aren't going to just tell us the truth.
Yeah,
if, you know, if we hear something we shouldn't, we just gotta apologize later. Okay. We just gotta find any lead we can. I just noticed now that, there's like a weird texture pop in on Alfino's bangs. It's bothering me. No, I can't unsee it. Okay. Wonder if you could help. Like, the alpha is slightly wrong. Kururu? Hmm. Oh yeah, I think that's a great idea. She was not listening at all. Ooh, narai keredo. And that's fine then, but he has moved he's taken like 5 steps in the last 30 minutes. Aaronville's on the move. If we're gonna follow him, we have to leave now. Ooh. Oh? Oh, come on. This could mean so many different things. It's... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I need to actually think about what this line really implies. And so, I'm also going to go to the bathroom real quick. But this is doing... This is a twofold reason. One, I really gotta go to the bathroom, and two, I need to think about this line. I'm not entirely sure what she's referring to, but I think I might be able to get it if I think about it a bit. Be right back. Why? So, okay, I think I've got it. Basically, the people who defend Skyline chilies say that, like, oh, the issue is that, you know, it should be called a meat sauce and not a chili, but even then, the flavor profile is just really bad for a meat sauce. But about the line... あなたはやっぱりもう少しで拾えそうなのに。God, this line is fucking hard. You need to know context to know which way to lean this. Hiro here could either mean to, like, find, or no, I was doing both. The joke was I was thinking about the line and then I come back and talk about Cincinnati chili. That is the bit. These are the jokes. I would need more context is the answer that I've come to, which is a bit of a cop-out. But basically, it's like, I was so close to, like, finding you. Maybe is an option, like, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think she's actually just... She isn't just talking about the flowers, obviously. But pretty much, we would have to come back to this, but just so that you know, let me give you like a literal here. This, あなたはやっぱり is like, I knew it, you. You know, I was so close to finding you. You know, you were so close to, like, being ready. Is she looking for Heidelin, perhaps? Not sure. I'm actually going to screenshot this line to come back to. But this is the sort of thing where, just due to the nature of the difference between Japanese and English in terms of structure, you need to know what she's actually referring to in order to be suitably vague. And I don't know what she's talking about. But, you know, you know, just a little bit more, and, like, hiroeso is to pick up, or to find, or to gather, and nanoni, you know, even though, you know, it was so close.
あ、ごめんなさい。ぼーっとしちゃって。エレンビルさんを追うのに
Sorry,
行きましょう。
zoned out there. Let's, yeah, we're going after Erenville. Let's go.
本当に調子が良くないようね。大丈夫かしら。
And Kururu really doesn't seem to be doing very well.
とはいえ、
I
今
hope
は
she's
ゆっ
okay.
くりもしていられないわ。
We don't have time to wait. We have to go chase down Erenville. Huh. Ooh, that's an interesting quest. Skyamato Sharean Jin. It's like Charlians and familiars. That is an interesting thing. They do seem to use familiars a lot. I am interested in the setup there. Okay, Erenville walked west. We gotta go after him. Please don't make me actually do like a stealth minigame. I'm just gonna go down this cliff. I'm just gonna slightly break my mount's legs. I don't think we've got very many more,
ああ、あなたもちょっと止まってちょうだい。この先に進むにあたって提案があるの。
Yeah, stop for a bit. I have some suggestions.
私の記憶が確かなら、道の先に見える巨大な壁のようなものはロジスティコンと呼ばれる。
Okay, if I remember correctly, the massive what you see in front of you is a logisticon. Facility manages leather and labyrinthos.
白層をつなぐ昇降機を有していたはず。依頼主の議員が上と下どちらから来るかは
Okay, there's no elevator there connected to your lever.
場所であることは間違いないわ。
Lever, okay, it's a, you know, good meeting spot. The full report, warts and all, fuck off.
哲学者議会が部外者である私たちの前で大事な話をするとは思えない。
Okay, don't think, you know, someone from the Philosopher's Parliament will have a, you know, important conversation in front of outsiders.
だから、ここから先は何かしらの見つからない工夫をすべきよ。
Huh. Okay, we gotta find some way to, like, not be seen.
ふむ、グラハが一緒だったら、バニッシュをかけてもらうこともできただろうが。
If Graha was here with us, we could have used, you know, vanish.
あら、姿を消すだけが身を隠す方法ではなくてよ。
And, you know, becoming invisible isn't the only way to hide.
汝が身は返事よ、トード。
Okay. Like, change thy form, Toad.
みんな
So this was actually... She actually did do, like, that sort of, old-style chant. That is pretty much like... Yeah. Like, take on form. Oh, carve thy flesh, whatever you want to say, Toad. Everybody, wow. They all turned into frogs. They turned them into frogs. They all turned into toads. Frog
変身
gaming.
の魔法よ。心配しな
Transformation
くても
magic.
時間が経てば元の姿に戻るわ。
And don't worry, they'll turn back to their original forms over time.
あなたはそれが切れる前にアルフィノとアリゼイを連れてエレンビルを追いかけて、
Okay.
もし途中で溶けそうになったら
Case after Airville. If it seems like it's gonna become undone midway, I'll cast it again. What about me?
上の空になっている子はここで私と一緒に待機よ。トードでいる間は
Okay.
余計に
They're gonna be
無防備
watching
になる
from
の
the
だからね。
skies. Okay. They'll be extra vulnerable
あ
as
なたたちも
toads.
放たれている生物に襲われないようにだけ気をつけてちょうだい。
Okay,
その
big.
姿では
Take
戦
care
い
to
よう
not
も
be
ないのだ
attacked
から
by
見つからない
you
よ
know,
うに
any
ね。
of the creatures around here. You can't fight like that, so
トー
don't
ド
get
に
found.
変身しました。クエストを
Got turned
進行させるには
into a
変身
dang old
変身
frog.
はこの場所から遠く離れると解除されてしまいます。有効範囲はマップで確認することができます。
Did they go back and add the thing
解
to
除
this?
さ
What are
れ
you
た
talking
場合
about?
やケロロ、ケロ、ケロケロ。
I'm not sure what I was expecting. They're just saying
ア
ribbit,
ルフィ
ribbit,
ノたち
ribbit.
がどうこうはエリアを解除。
Oh, I don't like this slapping sound.
ケロケロケロロ。
ケロケロ、ケロロ。
Man, I kind of actually get what they're saying. I really do need to actually go and get the frog outfit.
ケロ。
Wait a minute, I understand exactly the Keroro. You know, that's like command for it's just like, what do you, shut up, keep moving. You know, you would think that the Charlanes would be able to notice, though. I get the feeling that they'll notice.
ケロロ、ケロ。アルフィノは頭を振っている。こっちの道ではなさそうだと言いたいのかもしれない。
Ovino shook his head, seems like he might be trying to say this isn't the
ケ
right
ロロ
way.
ケロケロロ、ケロ、ケロケ。アリ勢が北にある橋に視線を使った。あっちに行ってみようと言いたいのかもしれない。
As they looked at the bridge to the north, maybe she's saying to go over there. Or what? She wants to, they want to go up here to the north. Okay. Thank you for adding a very prominent dialogue box, just telling me this isn't the right way, go back around the other way. Big fan of that. What amazing quest design. Oh no, big frog. There is a lot of, like, this game is very frog forward. I think they might be, like, the most represented animal in the entire game. It is very odd that there are so many frogs in the game. I get the distinct feeling they're just gonna find us out. Ribbit. Hey, pal, what's going on?
では、先ほど送られてきた分に対する報酬は確かに渡した。君の仕事はいつも正確で、我々も助かっている。
Here's your reward. Your work is always accurate. Thank you very much.
すまないが、その腕を見込んで、次の仕事も頼まれてはくれないか?
I know you've just finished, but in light of your, considering your skills, would you be willing to take on a new job? It's a lot again.
なあ、最近のこの妙な動きはなんだ？グリーナーの仲間も急な依頼に疲れ果ててるぞ。
And what's with all this, these strange requests? Lately, the gleaners are getting tired of all of these, like, sudden requests.
俺らは使い魔じゃない。知識あるシャーレアン人だ。説明くらいはしてほしいもんだがね。
Hey! Okay, so wait, Siri, did they actually? Hold up. There's no way that that's actually the name of the quest. The full report, warts and all. Wow, that is the name of the quest. So, I don't understand how you could reach this line in the quest and not realize that you need to keep the name of the quest. Like, change the name of this quest being the full report, warts and all. It dumbs down the game so much. It reduces the game to a joke. It's just so immature. This is the reason why the quest was named this way. The reason why the quest was named this way, they turn you into a frog, but the whole reason why they named the quest, like, familiars and Charlayans, is, he says, I'm not a familiar. I'm a sentient Charlayan. I deserve an explanation at least. Or that's like, I want an explanation at least. That's the reason for the name of the quest. He says, I'm not, we're not familiars. You can't just order us around to do whatever. We aren't, unthinking automatons. I'm a sentient Charlayan. I want an explanation at least. And then if if this game was, if the people translating this game actually were, mature individuals, intelligent human beings, they would go, oh, that's why the quest name is Charlayans and Familiars. Hell, you could name the quest of Charlayans and Familiars. Or the difference between. Whatever you want to do there, pal. That's fine, but you gotta keep the theme here. The point is that this dude, Erenville, and presumably some of the other gleaners, feel here as though the Philosopher's Parliament and the higher-ups in Charlayan are treating them as familiars, as borderline slaves, that are just supposed to take orders and not question anything. But he's saying, hey, we're not morons. We're fully intelligent, sentient human beings. We want to know what the hell we're doing. Instead, they change it to frog joke.
シャーレアンには古より受け継がれてきた重大な使命があるんだ。
Charlan has a incredibly important mission that has been passed down to us since ancient times. Again, Kitsugu is another critical theme. The concept of inheriting things, of something being passed down to take up the mantle of someone else.
終末の最悪という言葉が現代に蘇った今こそ、その使命は果たされなければならない。
Huh. Yomigaeta. That's interesting. Shumatsu no Saiyaku. So the problem is that, like, they've split up the word apocalypse into, like, end calamity. And, you know, it's the same sai as deisai for the, like, spiritual disaster, spiritual calamity things, like dalagab. But I'm just gonna say apocalypse because I can't think of anything right now. But now that the word apocalypse has been, like, reborn, or has been revived into the present day, our mission must be fulfilled. That's all I can say. For now. However, in the near future, all will become known, and you will understand that you will understand your vital role in like doing the right thing. Or in doing what needs to be done. It isn't even like doing what needs to be done, it's like doing the right thing. Okay, I'll take the job, but I'm still not convinced. Okay, before we start a boycott, you better, start giving us better working conditions, better pay, or tell us everything already. We understand. Well then, keep up the good work. Thank you. He's gonna notice. He's gonna notice. Hey, what's up? There aren't... These type of frogs ain't here. These type of frogs are not here. He's going to notice. Ribbit. Yeah. I like this guy. I like this guy. I mean, so the thing is that I think that... I don't think that it comes down to any sort of error as to why the quest names are this way. I think they just don't give a shit. They do not actually care about the story. Or they're either, like, literally too dumb to see the parallel here and see him use, like, the phrase Skaima, familiar, and go, huh, maybe that's important. They just like the idea of their silly little quest names. Haha. They just don't care about keeping story information present. They value funny haha quest name higher than they value the story. It's definitely not a case of being a mistake. It's just that they're, you know, they aren't taking the shit seriously. But also, I really like this guy. It's just like, well, whatever. Yeah, consider my debts paid, Dahlia. It's like, yeah, no, I don't need to, you know, pay that debt I owe you.
俺は議会に手放しで賛同してるわけじゃないが、命を運んできた手前、信じたいとは思ってる。
Yeah, it's not like I agree with what they're doing entirely, but 命を運んできた手前、信じたいと思ってる。Again, I don't fully know what... I'm assuming he's talking about, like, you know, they saved my life, so I want to trust them.
"だからこそ必死になって嗅ぎ回る奴がいてくれた方がいい。全員が同じ船に乗ってたら嵐にあった時、下手すりゃ全滅だからな。
Yeah, okay, we're doing a Noah's Ark. We're clearly doing a Noah's Ark. You have to... Hold up. Are they... I just had a thought. I'm gonna check the English for this in a second. Okay. But then, you know, that's why it's good that there's some people, you know, trying their best to figure out what they're actually up to. You know, if we're all on the, you know, if we're all in the same boat, and, you know, get caught in a storm, we'll all be wiped out if we aren't sure where we're going. So the usage of a boat metaphor there is clearly very important, because they're doing like a Noah's Ark style meme. Hey guys. Bro. You might just not have any sort of reading comprehension if you're on this English translation team. Remember how they went out of their way to have an entire book in the library about that, you know, the boat that took everybody to Charlayan? Or like, you know, the book that one dude used to evacuate all the people during that Great Flood? Remember how they went out of their way for that? To bring that back up? And notice how here, he's saying, like, if we're all in the same boat, and we're clearly in, like, a thing that's acting as another sort of arc that's going to take people to space. The whole boat metaphor, and remember how the, like, start of the quest, you come here on a big boat, and the first name of the first quest was, like, you know, all returns to the sea. It's almost like they're using a whole lot of nautical metaphors, a whole lot of sea metaphors. That's sort of like a recurring theme. Right? Instead, they say, which is why I'm reassured you're busy sniffing out the truth of things, we can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket. How are you this dumb? Like, a child should be able to pick up on this sort of intentional theming and wordplay. This is the sort of thing that would be tested in middle school English. Once again, I would love to see anybody who did the translation for this game do a book report on literally any fucking, like, high school book. Like, I don't know, bro, read fucking Moby Dick and write me a book report just to show me that you're fucking literate. It doesn't even need to be fancy. Like, bro, you can do 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, right? Give me a book report on 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It's not that hard. Come on now. But, bro, how are you going to translate Fune ni notte tara? James and the Giant Peach? Yeah, dude, Animal Farm. Give me Animal Farm, Lord of the Flies. Some Huckleberry Finn. Like, read me a Mark Twain novel and summarize the story. Like, you don't even need to give me any insight, just summarize it. Because how in the fuck do you translate the boat metaphor here to if all of our eggs are in one basket? Like, how many? It's like every single area in this entire zone has had a nautical, seafaring theme to it. Right? That hill that you went to was like Castaway Hill. You've got the you know, the big boat that you get on to get here. They talk about the boat that the person who founded Charlayan took. Like, everything comes back to the ocean. The sea is a recurring, constant theme throughout the story. Everything is related back to the sea, which is clearly then going to be related to the Sea of Stars, which is the greater sea that is surrounding the entirety of the story. This is basic storytelling. Like, this isn't even complicated. This is incredibly basic literary structure. Like, it's not even that crazy of a theme or anything. It's not like something that's difficult to figure out. They're literally bringing in all of these animals and plants by boat into Labyrinthos, instead of any other way. It's very clearly they're building an ark. I wouldn't be surprised if they named the spaceship that they send out to the moon some sort of ark. Hell, I'd be more surprised if they didn't. Do you want a minor spoiler? I mean, if it's just like, am I right about the arc thing? Because I would assume that they're going to do something along those lines. It's going to be like, you know, just as our ancestor, you know, brought everyone to Charlayan by the, you know, the ark, you know, from the Great Flood, we too bring our people through the Sea of Stars to our new home. called Ragnarok? Okay, yeah, sure, that's also just fine. That's still referencing a similar apocalyptic style meme. But, like, come on, bro. I know I'm taking forever on this, but... like, this one actually just makes me sad. The spaceship in Final Fantasy VIII is called Ragnarok? That makes sense. I don't mind staring at these frogs. That's true. They do actually call it an arc? I mean, yeah. That makes a lot of sense. But... you know, it's just so much more competently written. Hold up. There's something that I'm going to do. I am going to check the French for this, actually. I'm actually going to check the French for this. Ah, goddammit, I think Garland tools might be, a little bit outdated or something for this one. Ah, damn, I don't think I actually have access to the French script for this one. But I can check the French name of the quest. I don't actually... fuck, I don't know enough French. Looks like the French name also fucks it up a bit. They called it, like, Frogs in the Mist or something. That's also not what you should do for this one. It really should be... Kaimato Sare Anzin. That really is the thing that matters the most, man. Okay, let's keep going. They were distracted by hunger when frogs were... Dude, honestly, as much as, you know, you can't clown on the French, you can't make fun of French cuisine. Like, you cannot make fun of French cuisine. French quest style looks like movie reference. They also do the eggs in a basket thing. Damn it, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. The French is definitely better, but it's not without its, it's still not without its own errors, you know? You really gotta do you really have to do this ship reference. You really have to. You know, this is a thing that always bugs me, and I know I'm still going on about this, but localization is critically important. However, it doesn't mean that you just have free reign to do whatever. And you do actually need to be attempting to preserve the meaning present in the story. Right? Somebody who's playing in Japanese is going to pick up... who's paying attention is going to pick up on the whole boat thing. Somebody who's playing in English wouldn't have the opportunity. And so if they talked about the game afterwards, if a Japanese player was like, yeah, they kept mentioning all of this, like, boat and arc stuff, so it was really cool, and then, somebody in the English would be like, hey, what are you talking about? It's like, oh yeah, when Aaronville talked about, us all being on the same boat together. That's a disconnect. You want to avoid those sort of disconnects as much as possible. Especially when they're very, very important. How'd you know it was us?
動きを見りゃ一発だ。次までに本物の東堂をよく観察しとくんだな。
I love this guy. Wait, this guy's great. He said, like, yeah, I could tell just by looking at you. And I've seen plenty of actual toads in my day. Man, I'm so glad that I actually know how to play Mahjong. Because I get to see things like Ippatsu there. And I know what that means. It makes sense that a person transformed into a toad would not know how to act like a toad. We were just kind of standing around staring at him. Is the thing.
さすがにグリーナーの目はごまかせなかったか。しかし君が信用に足ることを示してくれていたおかげで、互いにとって悪くない結果には収まったのかな。
But he showed he's trustworthy. Like we got trust in each other. It's not a bad outcome. Yeah. They went with the eggs thing. Why?
何より哲学者議会の貴重な証言を得ることができた。彼らには何か重大な使命があるというね。
Okay, they've got some sort of important mission. We learned from the Philosopher's Parliament. That's not really the case. So people say that a lot, but the French and German translations of Final Fantasy XIV follow far more closely with the Japanese script. What occurs, or at least from what I've been able to tell based on, like, interviews and stuff like that, is that they do have a localization coordinator. They do have somebody whose job it is to make sure that, things are relatively the same between all of the different localizations. And so there are some amount of things that get pushed through onto the other teams. So it's less that they're translating from the English, and it's more that some dipshit who's a native English speaker goes like, oh, I see that you've deviated from us on this point. You should line back up with what we're doing with this. Or something along those lines. So it's not like they're given the English script and are told to translate. It's more like occasionally, some higher up is going to come up and be like, oh, we gotta make sure that these are all in line. Which typically ends up with them all being wrong. But when the French team is left to their own devices, they do a much fucking better job. But, take that with a grain of salt, obviously.
それはテロフォロイの終末の宣言を受け実行に移された。不可解な大整理のみならず、
Being in line with the language it was written in isn't a priority? No, not really. I mean, it clearly isn't a priority for the English team. I believe, like here, let me find it. Yeah, it's translation director job, right? You have a translation director. But the French team has gone on record saying that they translate from the Japanese on their own, and they do not translate from the English. So, it stands to reason that the translation director would step in and force through some of these changes. And in that case, here, let's see who the... Let's see who the translation director or localization supervisor was for Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Oh, look! Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Translation Direction and English Localization 6.0. Localization Supervisor 6.1 to 6.5. Michael Koji Fox. Are the translations still so bad in Endwalker? Yes. He is credited with translation direction on Endwalker. So, fairly likely, Koji forced through the egg metaphor instead of using the boat thing that actually fits the themes. I don't know for certain, but he does have the title Translation Direction. And yeah, the translations are fucking garbage. They, one of the very first quests in Endwalker is titled, like, All Returns to the Sea, or, like, All Rivers Lead to the Sea, and they didn't translate it. They instead translated it to The Next Ship to Sail. That basically tells you all you need to know. This quest was called The Full Report, Warts and All in the English, when in the Japanese it was, like, of Charlayans and familiars, and Aaronville says directly to the dude that he's working to, hey, I'm not a familiar, I'm a sentient, thinking Charlayan, I deserve some sort of explanation of what we're doing, which is a direct... That's why the quest was named what it was. You know, and they say, like, if we're all in the same boat together, you know, and they lead us astray and like a tsunami strikes, we'll all be wiped out. They're talking about the great boat, the Ark. The English has gotten rid of that entire theme. It's great. I love it. They've put their, like, their current course of action was triggered by Teraforo's declaration. This, you know, inexplicable great reorganization. Let alone this, like, inexplicable great reorganization. They might have requested or rejected Aor's request because they're prioritizing this mission of theirs. Oh no, yeah, Reddish Gold, that's entirely true. In the interviews where Koji has talked about, like, writing lore for the game, he said, like, oh, actually, my lore writing process begins in localization. So it's not in the game. Yeah, none of Koji's quote-unquote lore is in the Japanese, really, at all. The dragon language and some naming things is basically all that exists. The rest of it is all shit that they had to retcon anyway, because it was wrong. It's great. I love it. You know, like them constantly talking about the Echo being a gift from Heidelin, and then in Shadowbringers I'm having to go, wait a second, I guess we were all wrong about the Echo being a gift from Heidelin? Oopsie. Oopsie. We did a little oopsie whoopsie. Uh-oh. And again, Tsukaima to Sareanjin. It's very difficult to tell. I think in this case, they just, like, wanted to do a silly quest name, or they're, like, literally too illiterate to understand themes. I don't understand how you can actually read the script and not notice all of the nautical boat stuff that's going on. It seems very obvious. Again, I don't know if that's like... Because I was saying at the beginning of the stream, I was looking at a line that seemed kind of complicated in Japanese. I was like, oh, this isn't actually that hard. It's like, is the bar just really low? Or... Like, no, it's not actually difficult to pick up on this. This is basic reading comprehension. It's not hard, right? It's not, like, crazy to pick up on, wow, they sure are talking about the ocean a lot. Right? Am I going insane? Are the Sunseeker Mikote names the same in JP? So, it's slightly different. Basically, they're all one syllable, right? It's, like, it's Yashtora is Ya instead of, like, Y, just Y. It's Yashtora. I mean, but that's, you know, that's minor-ish, kind of. I don't really care. You know, Kururu's name is the bigger issue. That was a real problem. Huh. Okay, so this quest name is somewhat difficult. I think what they're going with here is, I think this is supposed to be, like, eerie, or... Well, yeah, I mean, it's a Japanese character, right? There is no just Y in Japanese, it's Yashtora. But I mean, I don't know who came up with the naming convention for the Mikote or whatever, so... Well, you know, take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, okay. どうせ敵 Hold up. I need to actually look this up because I haven't ever actually seen this. Let me see. Oh, that is what I thought. Kasokeki. Oh. Okay. 同票。今のも消えてしまいそうな。ほど。で。Okay, this quest name I've been stuck on for a while, but apparently I didn't actually know this. Like, this is like faint or ghostly. So this is like... And this is, again, this is... Wait, no, I'm a fucking moron. This is Michishirube again. This is Michishirube again. This comes up a ton. This comes up a ton in this. Ooh, fuck. This is really cool. I really like the name of this quest. But it's really hard. You could go with... There's so many different things. Well, it wasn't really a joke. It was, you know, they turned you into a toad as in, like, a familiar, but it's more about the Gleaner and specifically, Erinville saying that he refuses to be treated as a unthinking automaton. You know, it's setting up the idea of there being a divide between the legislators in Charlayan and the workforce, right? That there are these people that they're just telling, like, you don't need to know what's going on, you just need to do this thing that we're telling you to do, and Aaronville is specifically saying, like, I'm not going to be a fucking familiar here. You know, I'm not a familiar, I am a thinking, feeling Charlayan. But, okay, Michishirube here can mean a lot of different things. Also, thank you, Frog. So it means, like, a guide, guiding light. You know, something to serve as a landmark, a guidepost, a signpost. Something to, like, show you your way. Can refer to, like, people as well. And this, I believe it's pronounced Kasolkiki? Let me pull that back up real quick. God, no. Kasugata. Is that Kasugata? Let me actually get the meaning again. No, it was Kasolkiki. Okiki. I don't actually know the pitch accent here. That means, like, faint. Ghostly. About to disappear. So you can get real fancy with this quest name, depending on what exactly they're using it to mean. You could title this, like, The Faintest of Lights, or, like, even almost Fading Hope. The Faintest Light. Something like that, depending on what exactly they're going for with it. And we're going back into skim mode, boys. An incredibly important mission. Fading Hope seems to be most on the nose from what I remember from the context. Like, that would make sense. The thing that shows up a lot is, you know, it's very difficult for me to do on-the-fly translation of things that are supposed to be vague. Or that are supposed to be, you know, like, foreshadowing. Stuff that you don't know the meaning of just yet. But if you had the rest of the script available to you, you would know what to do. Or you should know what to do, at least. An incredibly important mission. For the Philosopher's Parliament to be, you know, so single-mindedly pushing forward with this. I wonder what that, you know, mission is. Based on what they said, it doesn't look like the other gleaners have been told either. Following up on this is going to be fairly difficult. Yeah, let's tell Yashola and the others about it. They should be waiting back there. God, I want some of... I want some of those mandrake mounts. I love those little guys. Look at them go. The onion one is very cute. I'm a very big fan. It's so sad about being an onion man. But yeah, I mean, like, all of this stuff together is pretty clearly setting up that this whole area is a sort of arc that's going to be sent off into space. And so you would want to reinforce that theme.
エレンビルには無事に追いつけたかしら。
And honestly, like, just the difference in sincerity and like how much they take themselves seriously. You know, the Japanese version has funny moments. It's got silly moments even. But it takes its main story very seriously. Like, it's very sincere. Whereas the English just turns everything into a... Like, it just lampshade hangs everything. Like, how are you supposed to get invested and care about the story if the game itself is constantly making fun of the story? Why would you care? We're back. You managed to chase after Aaronville.
なるほど、それは興味深い話だこと。あなたたちに
That's
頼
very
んで
interesting.
正解だったわ。
You were the right people for the job.
この話をクルルにも共有して、今後の調査をどうするか相談しましょ
う。Let's meet up with Kururu and tell her about this as well and discuss what we're going to be doing from here on out. Tuned out because if you don't care, why should I? That's, yeah, like, that's the thing, man.
先にメリオール実験農場へ戻っているよう言ったの。無事についているといいのだけれど。
That actually, like, that does bother me, you know? The people who are paying for the game deserve to, you know, not basically be insulted for playing it. And there really was something off about her. Told her to go back to the test farm. Hope she made it back okay.
よければ、クルルが気にしていた花のある高台を一度見に行ってもらえるかしら。私たちは念のためあたりを探りながら、
I mean, there isn't any
戻るわ。
like single individual reason why the translation is the way that it is. It's just a culmination of like incompetence, lack of care, and like a really weird sense of ownership over the game they really shouldn't have. Like, it's not their game. Why are they so comfortable with just changing shit whenever they feel like it? Why are they so comfortable with undercutting serious moments with jokes? Like, infantile jokes. It's just really disrespectful. I find it very gross. Okay, when we go back to that high point with those flowers that Kururu seem to be so interested in. You know, let's check that place out, just be safe, and then go back to the farm. Yeah, I mean, it's something that bothers me about, like, Western fantasy, especially just, like, modern Western fantasy in general, is the pathological aversion to sincerity. Right? Like, it's, like, cringe to take yourself seriously. You know, you constantly have to be like, whoa, that's kind of silly. What, a talking frog? That's ridiculous. I thought I've seen everything. I am going mad skim mode. Yeah, she's right back here with the damn flowers. I'm pretty sure I got it backwards of, you know, saying who was told to go where. Hey, maybe... yeah, that might be what she was talking about with, like, you know, it was just about time to pick it. Mo hiroi so.
これをあなたに魔法をかけたから当分枯れないわ。
I don't like the tone that she's using. I don't like this. Now here, this is for you. I put some, magic on it so it won't wither.
彼女からそうしてほしいと頼まれたの。
You
あなたの
bitch.
旅には必要なものなんですって。
Square up, square up, square up. Where is the mallet? Heidelin? I'm going to cave your face in. Why can't I just do the thing from the dude from Final Fantasy, I want to kill Chaos? Or just interrupt the cutscene and punch her in the face. Why is there not a quick time event option to punch Heidelin square in the jaw? Why can I not RKO Heidelin? Just people's elbow right to the face. If this bitch, if Heidelin has taken over Kururu's body, she's dying. She's dying. Like, that's just, I'm sorry, it's over for you, dog. You have crossed a line that is not to be crossed. You are going to die. I am going to kill you. So, this is the thing. Is that could be the case here, because this kanojo could be either. Like, she just says, she asked me to do this. You said you would need it for your journey. For your trip. That kanojo could either be referring to Heidelin said to do this, or I am currently Heidelin taking over Kururu's body, and Kururu told me to do this. It could be either. In either case, the solution is simple. Kill Heidelin. I have been a certified, bona fide, #1 Heidelin hater since ARR. And then the second the entire team learns that Heidelin is just another idol? Like, what are we hesitating about here? The second we learn that they're idols? It's just like, alright, we kill her. That seems like the obvious thing to do. No, this is not a touching moment. Look at those eyes.
しばらく彼女に変わるわね。
You
ミン
bitch.
フィリアほどはうまくできる自信がないけど。
Oh, I hate this. I hate this so much. And so, I'll take her place for a while. No, I'm not sure I can do as, good of a job as Minfilia. Minfiliaほどうまくできる. So the problem is that all of these lines do double, can mean the same thing in either way. Like, these can all do double, this all does double duty here. Like, this could be saying, like, I'm not sure if this will go as well as it did with Minfilia. Like... Or, I'm not sure if I can do as good of a job as Minfilia. It could be either. And then, this, like, I'll take her place here. That could be either as well. The directionality here. In either case... You bitch.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Yeah, you bitch. You bitch.
驚かせてごめんなさい。大丈夫。この子の体はすぐに返します。
My apologies for startling you. It's quite alright. Yeah, I'll return her body very soon.
第一世界を光の反乱から救えなかったように、私だけで物質界に干渉するのは難しい。
Hey, notice how this is all stuff that they set up in ARR and they translated backwards so people didn't know about it? It's great. And just as I could not save the first world from the Flood of Light, it is difficult for me to... So, console is a difficult word. I think interfere, as the MTL did, is actually somewhat close. I can't really think of a better word. No, not no. That was my fault for pronouncing it poorly. 私だけで、物質界に、干渉するのは難しい。No, it's my fault. I heard correctly. Fuck you, Patch. So, the thing is that that word means to, like, to interfere, to meddle, right? Like, for an outsider to, like, you know, interfere. Which also, the fact that they're using the word, like, kanshou here, would mean that, like, how are you gonna do this if she is the world from the start, and we're using capital H for the planet? Like, we were all born of her, or whatever. Then she wouldn't be using the word kanshou here. Like, okay, the first... I hate doing this normally, but, like, one of the first dictionary definitions for this word is, essentially, like, someone who is an outsider in a matter, interfering and attempting to make others follow their will. Or to execute their will. It is specifically an outsider interfering with a matter that they are not directly connected to, is what this word can mean. And that fits the way that it's being used. If Heidelin is the planet, how is she a fucking outsider to it? Right? It makes a whole lot more sense now that the Asians in ARR, again, they said this in ARR, they referred to Heidelin as a parasite, as a tumor upon the world. These mentions were removed. But that's actually accurate to what is going on. Heidelin was not, like, around since before the world began. She's a fucking parasite. She's latched on to the world. And so, she uses the word here. Kanshou. Kanshou. Yeah, it's up all the way. Kanshou. Yeah, it's like that. Pitch accent. I'm bad at them. But, you know, just as I could not save the first world from the Flood of Light, it is difficult for me, on my own, to interfere, to meddle with... It has to be interfere. With matters in the material world.
先のような現代では言葉を交わせはしても花に魔法をかけることすら叶わないのです。
Yeah, like this makes sense. In the, like, illusory form I took before, like, although we could speak, I could not accomplish something as simple as, you know, placing magic upon a flower. You know, upon a single flower. Notice, she's saying, I can maybe manifest as a spectral form, but I can't do anything. How long did it take for the English-speaking community to get that read? Also, this is the name of the quest. Right? Remember, like, the fading light or, like, distant fading guide? The Michishirube here is referring to Heidelin. So instead of saying, like, guiding light or fading hope, it would be like... Ah. That is really a hard one, but you want to use the... You're referring to Heidelin here as, and potentially other things, as like a fading or a faint. Like light guiding your way. You could even go like giga fancy and say like a fading light shall be thy guide for this. Considering how ridiculous the word choice that they used for, like, ghostly was. That might be a bit too far, but you could go with that, and I wouldn't necessarily think that it was completely inaccurate. Considering the context here, I might be inclined towards something like, a fading light shall be thy guide. But yeah, like, this was the thing that they talked about, like, Minfilia talked about this in the, cutscene in Heavensward. Actually, was it... I can't remember if that was, like, the beginning of Heavensward or the end of ARR post-patches with, the Warriors of Darkness. I think that was Heavensward. I can't remember. But they lined that out, they laid this out specifically, where they said that neither Heidelin nor Zodiark are capable of directly interfacing with physical reality, and they require other people to, you know, do their will for them, to attempt to execute their will. Hence the Ascians. The English changed that to be like, you know, the other people are compelled to serve Zodiark, and so Heidelin needs, like, you know, we are compelled to serve Heidelin. They got it backwards. They even had Emmett Silk go out of his way to say that even though they were, like, lightly tempered, they were slightly tempered, they still regained their senses. Like, they still held on to their senses. Or at least he did. You know, the originals. And it's more that they just kind of felt like a weird, vague pull towards quote-unquote darkness. You know, like, no matter what they end up doing, they just always find themselves getting sucked back in. But it's not like they're physically, mentally dominated or anything. It's more like a weird addiction. Was the way he described it. Anyway, back to the actual thing. And beyond incapable of placing its own, even this flower. 正解。正解。Again! That's literally like Sea of Stars. 正解のことならば命の帰る場所正解のことならば Well, yeah, the English for that section in Emmett Sulk did the exact opposite. He said, like, oh, we're just fully, like, we're tempered. Bro, LMAO. Whereas in the Japanese, he said, like, oh, no, we're able to, like, resist any sort of changes to our personality. But it's like, you know, we're pulled back in. Which is why it's insane that the English made Emmett Selk, like, worship Zodiark. Like, bro, he made Zodiark. La Habrea is described as having gone basically fucking batshit insane as a result of body swapping so many times. And so that's why he's all fucked up. Which is probably just a little bit of a retcon, because they were like, we don't really want to go with them being, like, completely, you know, devout to Zodiark. Like, we don't want them being, like, complete zealots. So they came up with a justification for La Habrea being the way that he was. But I mean, it works. And I mean, that's just sort of a thing that you need to do when you're doing a living story, right? You know, you're doing any sort of this long-running story where you can't write everything out from the beginning. You're going to run into things like that. You know, it's like, I saw a interview with, I believe the lead writer of Breaking Bad, where he was saying, like, you know, we really wrote ourselves into a corner. We had Walter White buy the, like, this machine gun and put it in the trunk of his car, and every single writer's room that would come up, we would be like, okay, what are we gonna fucking do with this machine gun? And he said that he wanted to just, like, ignore it. He just wanted to be like, nobody in the audience, people aren't gonna remember the goddamn machine gun. We have nothing we can do with this fucking machine gun. But the other writers are like, no, we gotta do something. They're going to remember. And, you know, I'm not gonna spoil Breaking Bad, even though it's been fucking ages. But they do something with the machine gun. It comes back. And so that's a thing that you do when you're writing these sort of stories, is you set, you know, you put in little story seeds, little, you know, you leave out little threads, and then you follow them up. You don't necessarily know exactly where that thread is going to lead when you establish it in the story, but you build off of it. And that's, like, the big indicator. Aw, man, there's some fucked up flipped normals on the windmill blades there. There's some flipped normals on some of the windmill blades there. You can see through them. Yeah, hold up, watch this. Watch this in the background. One of those windmills, yeah, that one right there, it had a flipped normal. You can see through it, fuck. Squirrel. Okay, so... But that's how you know that they aren't writing the story side by side in the English. Because the Japanese actually follows up on those threads. They keep things consistent. I can think of, like, one major inconsistency in the story, which is that they've had that, like, random Sahagin learn how to do the ASEAN body swap thing, and then they just never follow up on that. That dude is forever forgotten. He got eaten by Leviathan. None of the ASEANs ever attempted to teach any of the beast people how to do the body swap thing ever again. Because they went with Transcendence being, like, directly linked to humanity, and so, like, well, we just had this random Sahagin use part of Transcendence. I think they just probably went with, like, we're just gonna ignore that part. But that's, like, the one major inconsistency I can think of, and even that, you could justify that retroactively if you wanted to. You could say, like, oh, the ASEAN taught him, like, that's just, like, part of it, and, you know, the ASEAN, just like they taught the beast people, you know, like, how to summon idols as part of the Ancients' creation magic, you can teach people who aren't transcendent some small part of the things that make up transcendence, even if they aren't themselves transcendent. That's probably bullshit. That's probably not what they had in mind with that whatsoever when they wrote it down. But it lines up well enough. But for the most part, I think they're just probably like, this is just like a story thread that we're not gonna follow up. But here, this is them following up these threads. Right here, this is them following up these threads. This is what the themes of the expansion so far have been leading to. Inochi no kaeru basho. Yeah, however, she says, I cannot even, you know, like, do so much as, like, cast magic upon a single flower in this world. However, in the place where all life returns, the Sea of Stars. So, the name of the first quest in the expansion was All Things Return to the Sea. Sea of Stars. Place where all life returns. Direct link. Sea. Ship. Nautical metaphors. You sailed a ship across the sea to this place. The Charlayans took a great ark to survive the Great Flood. There's the Flood of Light. You've got a physical flood as well. Parallel. Hydaelyn cannot interface with the material world, but can interface with the sea. The camera dived under the ocean, like it dove under the ocean in the very first quest. As Emmett Selk said, the secrets, the truth of this world lies in the Great Sea. Like, subsuming life and this world itself. At the bottom of that sea lies the truth. Referring to the sea. Things are lining up. Theming, writing, storytelling. Nah, dude, we gotta go with eggs in a basket, bro. Come on, man. Oh, this line, the second line is terrifying. Because, however, you know, within the Sea of Stars, the place where all life returns, I cannot do as much as I would will. Like,多少は手が届きます。It's like, you know, but I can reach out, if only slightly.
第一世界で全ての力を託し終えたミンフィリアの魂も救い上げ、今はここ原初の海に。優しいあの子には故郷で穏やかに眠ってほしかったのです。
You bitch, you bitch, you bitch. I will strangle you if you weren't in Kururu's. If you weren't in Kururu's body, I would strangle you. Anybody else, other than, like, Alize, maybe. It's just like, you know, sorry, bro, that's, you know, we're going special beam cannon. That's the price we gotta pay. I hate you. So this 全ての力を託し会えた. I'm assuming she's referring to, like, you know, herself. Like, This is giving me, okay. Let me give this a shot. So, like, the soul, Minfilia, in whom I entrusted, like, all of my strength in the first world, her soul I have, like, scooped up. And now, she, like, lies within the, like, the original sea. Like, to the sea here. In the true world. I wish for that kind girl to be able to, like, sleep here in peace in her home.
そしてもう一人そのものに行き着くかどうかはこれからのあなた次第
Hey, if it's Emmett Selk, I want him back. Give me back Emmett Selk. Give me back Emmett Selk. Give me back Emmett Selk. If you're talking about Emmett Selk here, give me back Emmett Selk. And there is one other. And though whether or not you, like, reach them will be... Whether or not you reach them will be... Like, will depend upon you.
花を携え歩みなさい願う場所へ
Could we get back Moenbrita instead? Like, can we let my boy Oriensha be actually fucking happy? You bitch. And take up these flowers and walk. 願う場所へ望むままに信じて Like, to the place you wish for, in the way you... Like, in your own way, and trust. Like, and believe.
それは道しるべであり
それは道しるべであり
人を試すもの
I'm sorry? What the fuck do you mean, 人を試す? This isn't talking about you individually. This isn't talking about you individually. This is 人を試すもの. This is talking about humanity as a whole. You could read this either way, but I'm assuming she's referring to this as a collective. I'm assuming she's referring to this as a collective. And again, Michishirube. This was the name of the quest, right? Your guide, your guiding light. Like, I would be fine with using this as like, this is your guiding light. And あなたを人を試すもの Like in that which like tests you. I don't know if you would go massively explicit here. It depends. It depends on whether or not this is actually a collective test thing. Like, this is either, she says, this is something that tests you as a human, or this is something that tests you, humans.
暗闇のうちに喜びを探すのです。絶望に目を凝らし、悲しみをかき分け、前へと歩み続けた者だけが、その真なる輝きを得る。
Okay, so they are using a light thing here. So this should be, like, guiding light. So yeah, I would be totally fine with, like, fading light, or like this fading light shall be thy guide. You know, this is just, again, this is not something that they're actually likely drawing from, because this is very, like, you know, you grew up Christian, but this whole bit here reminds me of, like, you know, the classic little children's hymn, This Little Light of Mine, right? That's sort of the bit, a similar bit that they're going for here. You have a, you know, the light of hope, faith, whatever, that you keep alive and show to the rest of the world. yada yada. In times of darkness, you seek joy. Like when despair clouds your eyes. Like those whose eyes are clouded with despair and push through their sorrow, like ever moving forward, will obtain that true light. Will obtain that true glow. Something like that.
どうかみんなと
みんなと
結末を照らして
結末を照らして That's 結末を照らして That's a cool ass line. It's like, yeah, please, all of you, like with them all, like give light to the end. It's not like 結末を照らして. It's like illuminate the end, the conclusion. I might have to go back to some of that because, you know, a lot of that relies on... A lot of that relies on foreknowledge that you wouldn't necessarily have. So some of what I said might be inaccurate. You know, it might be like, oh, that's what she meant by terashite. I didn't know at the time. But yeah. Cool section. I hate you, Heidelin. I am going to kill you. None of that changed my mind, even slightly. I just... If there is a trial or anything where you get to kill Heidelin, I will queue up that shit on repeat. Like, every class. That is my new goal, then. Kill Heidelin with every class. Number one hater. Looks like I'm out of time. Her presence has gotten... She feels so far away now.
Shinpai kakete gomennasai. 実はラビリンソスに降りてきたあたりから誰かの意志が働きかけてくるのを感じていたの。
おお、働きかけて? Sorry to worry you. Actually, when we first came down to Labyrinthos, I felt someone else's will, like, trying to reach out to me.
とても弱々しくて、私の超える力でもすぐには拾えなかったんだけど。
私の超える力でも。Again, this is, I mean, we've already established this. This is never, nobody in the Japanese game has ever thought that Transcendence was a gift from Heidelin at all. They just made it up. Actually, no, that's incorrect. There's exactly one time, I think, where a character in the Japanese conflated the Blessing of Light and Transcendence, and that was Aymeric in Ishgard. Aymeric, however you pronounce his name in English. He said that once, but he's the only one, and he didn't know shit about nothing. No other character ever said it, and in fact said the opposite. So, I mean, he was just wrong. You got like 10 cases of people saying the opposite, and one case of a guy who doesn't even know what transcendence is being like, wow, that must be a thing from Heidelin. And I'm pretty sure that everybody else is more right. It was so faint. Like, even my transcendence was... yeah. Unable to hold on to... So, she uses hiroeru here. Hiro. Which was what she said before. So... like, with this line before... あと少しで拾えそうなのに she was referring this 拾える was referring to 拾えそう was referring to being able to hold on to grab out Heidelin's presence, but of course, you know, hiro could also mean to like pick the flower. That's a difficult one to keep all the double meanings in place.
やっと捉えたらハイデリンだって言うんですもの。事情を聞ければと思って一時的に協力したの。
Yeah, but when I finally grabbed it, it was Heidelin. I wanted to ask about what was going on, so I decided to work with her for a little while.
全てを解き明かすには至らなかったけど、花を彼女が道しるべと呼んだものを手に入れることができた。
Yeah, she didn't explain everything, but we managed to get these flowers that she called a guiding light.
一歩前進としましょう。
It's one big step forward in our research.
バカなこと言わないで。私たち何もしてないでしょ。
Whoa. Don't be ridiculous. We haven't done anything. Uh-oh. They're gonna get arrested or thrown out or whatever.
漆野様？
どうして
哲学者議会が
So, Kururu, why is someone from the Philosopher's Parliament? Like,
彼ら私たちをお迎えに来たそうよ。
it appears they've come to greet us. Well, it's more like they've come to get us.
バルデシオン委員会の臨時代表だな。己の組織を盾にして暁の血命を招き入れたとか。
Temporary representative of the Baldessian Committee, huh? You used your own organization as a front to bring in, those from the blood oath of the coming dawn.
議会はすでに事態を把握している。主要な機関にも警告をしたところ、アルケイオン保管員の職員から連絡を受けたのだ。
Parliament is aware of the situation. Like key organizations, key agencies have also been alerted. We were contacted by a staff member from the Archeon Vault.
バルデシオン委員会を名乗る者がラビリンソスに探りを入れようとしているとな。
Apparently, those calling themselves members of the Baldessian Committee were searching about in Labyrinthios. And we were contacted by a official that those calling themselves members of the Baldessian Committee were searching around Labyrinthos.
私たちに悪しき企みはありません。だからこそ、暁とは名乗らずとも名を明かして帰国しています。
And we have no ill intent. Okay, that's why we, you know, that's why we've, returned home, even though we, you know, without, yeah, we're just here returning home, we aren't here as the Dawn, basically.
こうして地の都に足を踏み入れたのは、ただ真実を求めてのこと。議会に介入されるような問題は起こしていないはずだ。
As such, we've come here to the, you know, the capital of knowledge in search of the truth. We shouldn't have caused any problems that would warrant that would warrant direct intervention from Parliament.
無論、死の探求を拒むシャーリャンではない。だが、時と場合、そして立場を考えてもらう必要はある。
Oh, what a slimy piece of shit. Yeah, of course, Charlene would never turn away those who like the pursuit of knowledge. However, the timing and the timing case and like status need to be taken into consideration. Hatsiba here is he's using it to refer to, like, you know, where you stand in terms of political influence and such. Like, he's saying, like, you're clearly anti-Charlayan, so you being here is not a fucking coincidence. Yeah, as the truly wise, we are currently operating a very delicate plan with the world in turmoil.
そこに人心を乱す異分子が紛れ込むのは、それ自体が妨害に当たるのではないかね。
Yeah, it's like if like foreign elements that would lead people astray were to be allowed to intermingle, would that in of itself not constitute disruption?
私たちをどこへ連れて行く気？船に乗せて エオルゼアに送り返すつもりかしら。
Where are you planning on? Where are you going to take us? Are you going to put us on a boat and send us back to Eorzea?
お前たちを議会の緊急査問会にかける。お引き取りを願うかどうかはその結果次第だ。
Okay. You'll be sent to a, like, yeah, an urgent parliamentary hearing. You know, basically just all of this this, it all just relies on the results of the hearing. He's accusing you of espionage? Kind of, not really. He was more specifically saying that you were less spies and more that you as radical outside elements would, like, incite confusion in the masses, and their plan is currently very delicate, and so they can't have anybody disturbing it. Yeah. I've already, apprehended your, compatriots who are at the library. But you got Raha. He was just looking things up.
本を読んでいたのが立ち入りを禁じられている禁書庫でなければな。
And he was reading, however, he entered the forbidden section of the library. Looks like we can't just refuse. Let's just, you know, think of this as a chance to finally get to talk to the Philosopher's Parliament. Yeah, silence sometimes surpasses eloquence. It is in our best interest, or it's in your best interest, to not draw this out, the hearing out unnecessarily. Pretty much saying like you have a right to remain silent. Okay, going to a conference hall, the Philosopher's Square. Are we seriously, we're gonna have like a court section? Oh no, this is going to go on for a long ass time, isn't it? This is gonna take forever. Oh no, fuck, and it's gonna be a lot of like legalese and shit, man. I've never really watched like any legal dramas in Japanese, so a lot of this is gonna be over my head, probably. Fuck me. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I'm not confident right now. Sorry. They caught me off guard. Yeah, you know, we were going to get caught anyway, so it's better for us to all be together, I guess. The council has decided your punishment. Bailiff. Skyline Chili 2. No! You can't do this to me! Bailiff, empty his glamour closet. But, you know, if you went all the way to the Forbidden Archives, Must have learned a good deal. Fill up his armory even worse. God. Yeah. I don't know any of this. Yeah. Everyone silence, silence.
ただいまより緊急の査問会を開催する。今期の議長として私バルニエルが進行を任されよう。
A emergency inquiry will not be held as the as the speaker on this occasion. Barnier. I'm sorry, why are there so many? Why do I have so many Waluigis? How many Waluigis can one man have? We had Fadanier, and now we have Barnier? How many Niers are there? What the hell's going on here? Okay. Barnier will, like, oversee proceedings.
では、査問会を提案した古種の氏から審議すべき問題を
Okay,
改
Furushino
めてご
as
説明
the
いただけるかな
like proposer of this hearing, could you please once again explain the purpose of this assembly? You should have picked a less normal name. I'm sorry for picking the name Daniel at birth.
我々は先日エオルゼアからの協力要請を退けた。
You know, really in the womb, I was kind of split between Daniel and, you know, what was the other one that I was thinking of while literally like a fetus? You know, Guy was up there, like, you know, real throwback. As you all know, we've recently rejected Eorzea's request for cooperation.
だが、その決定を不服としている者が不穏な動きを見せている。
However, those who are dissatisfied with this decision are now behaving in unsettling ways.
彼らはバルデシオン委員会の
Hey, wait a second, this is the first time we've seen Kururu without the hood?
実態としては暁の決命だ。
They entered the nation under the name of the Baldessian Committee. However, in truth, they are members of the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn.
かの組織はエオルゼア諸国および東方連合にも影響力を持つ。
Big fan of the
今回の騒
little
動において
ribbon.
も渦中にある組織と言えるだろう。
Well, so it's... The thing is that unsettling is... That word there was like ominous, unsettling, unsavory. Like, basically we're being suspicious. You might say suspicious, actually, probably. There. Like, they're behaving in a suspicious manner. Would probably be better. Now, this organization has great influence over the Eorzean nations and the Greater Eastern Union. You know, they can be said to be an organization at the heart of all of the present upheaval.
そんな存在が我らがシャーレアンに乗り込み国事を暴かんとしている。これが脅威でなく何であろうか。
暴かんとしている。 yes, such a organization has entered Charlayan and is attempting to, like, expose, matters relating to national security. If this is not a threat, then what is? If this does not constitute a threat, what does? Like, Kokuji is like national affairs. Oh. And to think they would, like, use the name of the Baldessian Committee for something like that. Kururu must be, like, turning in his grave. Oh.
おじいちゃんはガラフ・バルデシオンは脅威と向き合い続ける人だった。
My grandfather, Kururu Baldessian, was someone who faced danger head on.
暁や各地の人々が未知の脅威に挑もうとするなら、たとえこの国が全ての門戸を閉ざしても必ずや手を差し伸べていたでしょう。
Yeah, if the Dawn or, like, people from any nation were facing, like, standing against an unknown threat, he would have, like, reached out to help, even if Charlayan itself remained closed. Or remained neutral. You know, he would lend out a hand in aid.
今世界には大きな脅威が迫っている。そんな中でエオルゼアがシャーレアンに要請を出したのは、この国を敬い、また志を共にできると考えたからよ。
The world faces, a great threat looms over the world. In the midst of all of this, in light of this, or I would go with, like, in the face of this, Eorzea made an appeal to Charlayan. Because they respect this nation. Yeah, and believed they could, they shared the same same will.
それに対するあなたたちの返答は、本当にあれで良かったのかしら。
Yeah, in the face of that, is your was your response truly right?
あるいは
Or, like, you know, I'm assuming, like, is that truly all you had to say? Or, like, or is it simply that you simply could not spare the time to form a response, as you are far too busy with your crucial mission passed down since ancient times.
そんなものがあると言ってたのか。
Did they say something like that?
ある議員がね、彼女たちが聞いてきてくれたのよ。
A certain legislator. Yeah, we heard it from her. So specifically, they don't actually say this is like a bit of a weasel word. Like this is definitely a weasel phrase. Like, you're saying, like, you know, they heard it from a certain lawmaker, you know, from a certain legislator. We're not saying that we you know, eavesdropped on it at all. Like, you know, we heard it from somebody. The exact, you know, way that we heard it, I'm not gonna say that. I see. So then, it might be connected. Okay, God, I love MTL, man. It sees Matsuri and it assumes it means festival. That's very funny. I went to the Forbidden archives to learn about the past actions of the Philosopher's Parliament. And that is to say, to see detailed records pertaining to government. Matsurigoto is government. Here. Okay. So, utagawazu ni yomeba is interesting. Like, if one were to read, like, unthinkingly, like, uncritically, it would seem to be, like, consistent with the nation's pillars of, you know, non-intervention in conflict and the accumulation of knowledge. Like founding principles, maybe you would say, instead of pillars. Yeah. In fact, the old me would have done exactly that. You know, just like read it uncritically. However, I've gotten a little bit more used to things like this. So, I noticed something strange. Noticed something off. At some point, the fucking the direction of policy has changed. It's, you could say, like, the like Parliament's course has changed at a certain point. You know, their policies. God, okay. Like, no longer was knowledge gained for the purpose of like life, you know, the betterment life. Or rather, like, our lives were constricted around the accumulation of knowledge. Like you're doing it for its own sake.
それまでは巨大な倉庫程度の扱いだったのに、膨大な資金を投じて研究と保管の施設に変えられている。
The most obvious of these changes is the most obvious of this is the change in Labyrinthios. Until that point, it was treated as a massive storehouse. However, with the utilization of an immense amount of funds, it's been converted into a research and storage facility.
低地ドラバニアの植民都市についても興味深い記録が残ってたぞ。
There are also some very interesting records regarding the colonial city in Lower Dravania.
あの町には各地から留学生が集っていた。それによって得たつながりと資金は随分と書庫や保管員を充実させるために使われたんだな。
That city attracted foreign students from all over the world, and so I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure that the funds and connections gained through that were used to like enhance the archives and storage facilities to a great extent.
知識を増やすことがこの国の発展手段だったことは分かってる。だが、あそこまで比重を置くのは異常だぞ。
Yeah, I'm well aware that the accumulation of knowledge is a critical means of developing our nation. However, like, doing so at such a scale is odd, is quite abnormal. You know, he's saying, like, you're hoarding shit to an extent that is clearly not to that actual stated goal. You're doing something else with all of it.
そして、そっちに舵が切られるようになったのは、俺が読み解いた範囲では、270年ほど
So,
前
I'm assuming that this is going to call back to the sea. Right? This is going to call back to the whole sea thing. Also, they say kaji here. Kaji ga kirareru. He's using another nautical term. To say, like, you know, the rudder was, the direction of the rudder was changed. Yeah, so far as I can tell, like, this, you would probably say, like, this new course was charted around 270 years ago.
シャーレアンにとっては低地ドラバニアで本格的に正解観測を始めた。
正解観測。Yup. Yup. In Charlene, that's the time when in southern Dravania they began, like, full-scale research into full-scale observation into the Sea of Stars. So, seikai... Actually, wait, seikai... Because they say, like, I think Hoshi no Umi is also used, but I can't remember. Shit, this is bothering me. I'm just gonna keep saying Sea of Stars. Or, you could say, like, Astral Sea as well, but I think that that's actually, like, copyrighted by fucking D&D, so I don't know if you can say that one. But that's basically what it means. You could just say Sea of Stars.
あなたたち、正解で何かを知ったのね。それが重大な使命の正体ではなくて。
Yeah, you've learned something. You know something about the Sea of Stars. That's the true nature of this critical mission of yours.
軽々しく口にするな。私たちは。
Yeah. Ah, karugarushiku. Do not speak so carelessly, we are. Ooh, he just, like, literally was physically restrained from talking about that. So I think it might literally be some sort of tempering that is preventing them from speaking about it. Yes, certainly we have our mission.
だが、それを知ってどうする？使命を捨てて戦えとでも言うつもりか？
Yeah, but knowing this, what is your intention of... It's like, you know, knowing this, what would you have us do? Are you asking us to simply abandon our mission and fight?
我々は決して武器を取ることを選ばない。戦いではなく、使命を全うするために生き残らねばならないのだ。
Yeah. We will never choose to take up arms. Yeah, this is a very, very critical line here. So the thing is that the Japanese here, like, Tatakai de wa noku shime? That makes perfect sense to Japanese, but I'm kind of stuck on how to word it in English. He's saying, like, this happens a lot whenever you've got a long Japanese modification of a noun. Everything before shime there is modifying the noun. It's tatagai de wa noku shime. Like, this is like our mission, which is not to fight. In order to accomplish this. So, you know, you would probably have to split that up. It's like our mission is not a war, and in order to see it through, we must survive. So, like, he's saying, in order for our mission to be successful, we need to survive. That's all we need to do. We just need to survive. Objective survive. But specifically, he's saying that survival is a means to an end to be able to accomplish the mission. It's a prerequisite to be able to work on the mission. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is very explicit. Like, even if the world were to be destroyed, we must survive. But, well, that zettai ni also means, like, even if the world were to be destroyed, we will not fight. Even if the world were to be destroyed, we will live on. The zettai ni is You would probably have to rework that to be able to say, like, absolutely. So, you know, like, we will not fight. We must survive to see our... In order for our mission to be completed, we must. Like, even if the world were to be destroyed, we must. Something like that, maybe. Question. I don't actually want to check the English, because it would tilt me. I would be put very heavily on tilt. But, do they actually translate this, like, hoshi ga horobou tomo? Like, even if the world were to be destroyed? Do they translate it? Because I get the feeling they wouldn't. This seems fairly explicit. This, again, is pretty explicitly them saying, like, hey, even if the world were to be destroyed, we're going to survive, meaning we're not going to be on the world anymore. We're going to go somewhere else. We're going to go to the moon, bitch! Got a moon base! Hell yeah. Need to check Garland tools. The conversation is not on the wiki. I do not remember this line being here. That's not a good sign.
だったら私たち暁の血盟は戦うわ。世界が滅びを迎える。その日までね。
How do you not translate it, though? She's specifically referencing it right here! In that case, we, the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn, will fight. Like, until the very day this world goes out to meet its destruction. You know, he's saying even if the world will be destroyed, we will not fight, and they're saying we'll fight until the world is destroyed. It's like, yeah, this is why. Like, they will corrupt them. Dokusareru here is to... It's literally poison. But dokusareru, like, dokusuru, can mean to, like, have a bad influence or to corrupt. So he's saying that, like, this... You know, this thing that you're doing here is what is going to corrupt Charlayan society. That was intentional. That was intentional. He didn't actually catch himself there at all. He did this on purpose as a power play. Alfino is a fucking baller. Come what may, we shall live on, we must. Ha! That's hilarious. That's even better than I thought, man. Holy. So, just get rid of the explicit mention of the world being destroyed. Dude, the character assassination that they do for Alfino in the English is crazy. It's just like... I think the English team just hates him. You know, like, for me personally, I fucking despised Hien. Personally. Like, I just couldn't stand the fucker. But, if you're translating a game, you don't just, like, go, I don't like this character, so I'm gonna rewrite him to be a punk-ass bitch. Which was, like, really unprofessional. But dude, the sheer amount of times that Alfino gets put down for no reason. Like them having people just make fun of him being a good artist. Or like downplay it, like in the English they said that he became an artist to try and like hit on girls. Which is just totally made up, he's just a good artist. Until the heavens fall, until our last breath. So... So there's no connection between the lines in the English. There's just no connection between the lines in the English. Whereas in the Japanese, they're talking about, even if the world were to be destroyed, we will not fight. We, the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn, will continue to fight until the day the world goes out to face its destruction. They're both talking about the world being destroyed. Him doing art to get girls was made up? Yes, entirely. He just really liked doing it. And was really good at it. And people... Like, none of the characters are like, "Oh man, it's so weird that you're good at art." They're just like, "Wow, I didn't know that you would be so good at art. It doesn't seem like something that you would be good at." And he's like, "Yeah, I really like doing art." People are just genuinely impressed by him doing it. But the English team fucking hates Alfino, so they just turn it into like a weird thing. No, yeah, Tex. Dude, Tex Fox, no, not even close, man. It's, whew. I mean, like, the sheer... Basically, all of Shadowbringers is foreshadowed in ARR, and that foreshadowing is removed. Like, in Todorok, Laha Brea says, like, "Oh, you, character, are truly fascinating," or, "I should say you, and that other entity within you." Ah, he directly calls it out, screaming. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I was like, wow, I wonder what that's going to be. I wonder what they're going to do with that. I wonder how they're going to follow up on that. And then they followed up on it, and it was really cool. They have him call Heidelin a parasite, a tumor infesting the world. No, infecting the world. That also comes up. He says, in the same thing, he says that, like, their goal as the Asians is to return the world, humanity, Heidelin as well, to their original form, the way they ought to be. That was also removed. Like, all of this stuff is all actually set up. That's why, like, I'm actually really enjoying this section. All of this stuff is really well set up, man. You know, like, even this political discussion is really cool. Like, Alfino saying, "Father, oh, I should say, Sir Horishino." Oh yeah, dude, they cut all of the foreshadowing from ARR. Specifically, the Asians refer to people as, like, the Asians say that they need to turn people, like, they need to evolve humanity into hito tarumono, which, you know, if you wanted to go literal with it, is like that which can be called human, or, you know, if you wanted to localize it a little bit, true humanity. It's, you know, they explicitly call out that the current state of humanity is incomplete. They are not true humans, and the Asians are attempting to make people into true humans. Which is the exact plot of Shadowbringers. The English instead said that through the rejoinings, people's souls have become weak and wan, which is literally wrong. But yeah, that's a bit of a side tangent, just going over stuff that we've already talked about a bunch. But like, it does matter because this is all the setup for that. Like, you know, the Shadowbringer stuff has already occurred, but this is the stuff that's setting that up. No, we're at the end of Labyrinthos. This is the end of Labyrinthos. We got pulled in to the hearing. Yeah, we're out of Labyrinthos. Ah, I see. I'm going to go back to this now.
あなた方の考えが理解できません。同時にグリダニアであなたからかけられた問いにも答えを得られずにいる。
I still do not understand your way of thinking. However, I still do not have the answer to what you asked me, to what the question you posed in Gridania. However,
けれど迷いの中にいる私をそれでも誇ってくれた友がいました。
however, even when I was in the midst of doubt, I had a friend who was even then was proud of me, of what I'd done.
故に私は考えながら進み続けます。自分の行い一つ一つの意味を、何を望み、何を選ぶのかを。
Yeah, therefore, I will continue to think and move forward. The meaning of everything that I do, what it is that I want, like the choices I will make.
そこまでじゃ。
What the
お
fuck?
主ら、さてはここがサモン会の場だと忘れておるな。
Old man jump scared. That is the most ridiculous old man voice I have ever heard. That is, don't like that one. Man, some of these bit character voices are not great. So, okay. By and large, the Japanese voice I think is phenomenal for the main cast. Sometimes you get these side characters that are not good. Bit character? Oh no, he's going to keep showing up and he's going to keep sounding like this? Okay. So, to explain a little bit though, this is a very typical, kindly old man voice. そこまでじゃ。お主ら、さてはここや、専門会の場だと忘れておるな。It's like, this is like your classic, well then, I believe that's quite enough. Hehehe. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Fucking nutty professor ass. Oh, that's quite enough. Have you all forgotten? This is time for an investigation, an inquiry.
モンティシェーヌ様よ。魔法大学の学長でおじい様の友人なの。
I'm sorry, Monty. What in the unpronounceable kanji? Montichenier. I'm gonna have to just hear that again and parrot it back. He's the president of the University of Magic and a close friend of our grandfathers.
弁論を長引かせてしまうのはわしらの治らぬ悪い癖。どれ、本題に戻そうではないか。
I like this guy. I like this guy immediately. The voice is kind of ridiculous, but I like this guy. Dragging on discussions like this really is a terrible habit of ours. Now then, let's get back to the topic at hand, shall we? What a fucking boss. Washira no naoranu warui kuse. I think you might say, like, you know, dragging on discussions like this truly is a quite persistent bad habit of ours, isn't it? Now then, let's get back to the topic at hand.
彼ら暁の決命は確かにエオルゼア諸国と同様この事態と戦う決意をしているようじゃ。
Okay, so the thing is that the longer I hear this guy, the more it's growing on me. So, to give a bit of context, actually, so I only went once, but I did go to a like a Japanese Riichi mahjong parlor up in LA. I never made the drive back again because I nearly fucking died on the way because you're driving into LA. It's a nightmare, and it's like an hour-and-a-half drive. But I ended up playing Riichi mahjong with a bunch of old-ass Japanese people. Just a bunch of old-ass Japanese people. And there was a dude who basically sounded exactly like this. He was very fun. Big fan of that guy. He did have the same sort of, like, you know, mischievous air about him. He's like, hey, hey, hey. He's like, oh, dude, you want to play mahjong? At one point, you know, like, I was, they didn't have a spot for me in the first round, so I pulled up a chair next to them while they were playing. And he like, leaned over to me and went, Hora. このデブ、見てくれ。これ、100万だ。これ、100万だぞ。I looked over at his hand, he was like, oh, dude, this is look at my hand, this is actually a Yakuman, which, if you don't know, is, like, the highest scoring possible hand in Mahjong. Like, a crazy-ass, super high-scoring hand, and I look over at the hand, and it is pure garbage. I was just, 見たことのないYakumanじゃな. It's like, wow, I've never seen that Yakuman before. He just busted out laughing. It was great. It was great. He sounded very much like this guy. So the more this dude talks, the more I actually like him. Okay. The Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn, quite like the Eorzea nation, seem quite determined to fight against the, you know, the current state of things. You know, the current situation, the issue at hand. Ooh. Yeah, however, in truth, they haven't attempted to, like, incite any of our citizens to do the same, have they?
加えて、わしらの判断が妥当であっても、このところのように強硬な態度で推し進めていけば、疑問や反発も生じよう。
God, I like this guy. I really like this guy. Furthermore, even if our decision was proper, if we continue to hold ourselves in this, like, unbending manner and simply forge ahead, we will be met with doubt and rebellion. Like, yeah, we will give birth to doubt and rebellion. Which, again, this is why the whole quest name of Skyma po Sareanjin actually mattered, like, familiars and Charlayans. This is what he's talking about here. He's saying, like, if we just refuse to budge and refuse to explain things, we're going to give rise to doubt and rebellion. And the Gleaners, you know, are involved, whatever, was specifically saying, like, hey, man. Or what was his fucking name? Was it Arenvald? Arenvale? Arenvald was somebody else. I'm terrible with names. But he's saying, hey, we're not, you know, familiars. We deserve to know what's going on. Erinville, yes. And so this dude is calling on that. He's saying if we just keep pressing forward, we're going to incite, we're simply going to produce distrust and rebellion. Like, Hanpatsu here is rebellion, opposition, revolt, backlash. And among those, I think you would go with rebellion, probably. You could maybe say backlash, though. I would be okay with either of those, or... You know, there's probably another one that fits even better than those that I listed, but you know what I mean. He's saying, if we continue to do so, not only are the, like, outside nations going to keep pressing us, but, like, our own citizens are going to start to wonder what the fuck we're doing.
おのがみを振り返ってみよ。ダメだ、理由は知らなくていいなどと言われた日には、金チョコの一つや二つ、意地でもこじ開けようて。
I love this guy, holy shit. Holy shit, this dude is immediately one of my favorite characters in the whole damn game. Come now, put yourself in there. Like, remember your own childhood. That isn't like, it isn't actually put yourselves in their place. He's saying, like, you know, remember your own past, right? ダメだ。理由は知らなくていい。Like, remember your own youth. Like, on days when you were told, like, if you were ever told, you don't need to know why. No means no, you don't need to know why. Like, of course you would go out to the forbidden section and do whatever it took to pry away a book or two. And specifically, like, he put on a little voice. Like, he put on a little, like, you know, adult voice. Being like, oh, no means no, you don't need to know why. You know, because I said so. Like, of course, you know, if you're just told no means no because I said so, of course you're just going to go off to the, you know, the forbidden section to grab a book or two. We all did it.
他の者の留飲を下げるためにも、ここは一つ寛大な措置で収めてはいかがかな?
Okay. This guy is great. I fucking love this guy. This is a little bit of a difficult one, but it's Yui o Sageru. I need to look this up real quick to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding. Sageru no. 待ってるためのみ下げるOkay, 留飲を下げる Yeah. Okay, I understand. I understand now. Well implicated. So it's like in order to assuage their doubts. Like, how about we settle this, like, magnanimously? Like, show some grace. Here. Silence. I like this guy a lot. There is reason to what, sir? I wasn't listening to the name again. Monteshunyu says, in that case, I have a proposal for their treatment. The Baldessian Committee should refrain from activities within Charlene for the present time.
加えて哲学者議会の決定および使命についてこれ以上の詮索をしないこと。もし守らなければ協力者たちを強制送還する。
Yeah, okay. Additionally, cease investigation, cease inquiry into the philosophers, to the decisions or mission of the Philosopher's Parliament. If this is not adhered to, their collaborators will be deported.
この案で決を取るとしよう。賛成の者は挙手を。
Okay. Let us put this proposal to a vote. Those who agree, raise your hand. Yeah, that's... Oh! Huh? That's actually fairly... It's hard to tell. I get the feeling it's going to be close. Oh, 51-48.
僅差ではあるが、先ほどの案で決定だな。
51 in favor, 48 against. So, okay. Again, can I freak out a little bit? This is very well written. Fuck. Okay, I need to actually check and see if this is the same word, but I'm fairly certain this is the exact same word that they used with, I'm fairly certain this is the exact same word that, Thancred used, regarding, like, whether or not the will to live will triumph over the, death, right? I'm fairly certain this is the same word. Give me 1 second. I actually really want to find this. Sorry, one moment. Nah, it wasn't. Never mind. It's similar, but not the exact same word. My apologies for just kind of like going silent and searching for 3 minutes for a word. It is not the same word. But it's a similar concept. So, he said 51 in favor, 48 against. It's a very narrow vote, very close vote. I thought that this was Thancred, also referring to, like, you know, between, like, the will to live and wishing to die. You know, it's a narrow margin, narrow victory. We'll go with the previous proposal.
バルデシオン委員会の者とその協力者たる暁の決命よ。先の約束を夢忘れず過ごすがいい。
Okay. Now then, members of the Baldessian Committee and their collaborators, the coming dawn, do as you will, but do not forget this agreement. So I'm assuming now we just don't get to do anything in Charlene for a while.
本日の緊急査問会は終了とする。
Great. So then, yeah, emergency hearing adjourned. I'm assuming that vote is pretty much the closest any of them can get to just saying, like, we want to actively help. Who the fuck is training cooking right there?
いろいろなことを言う人がいると思うけど、これからも必要な時にはバルデシオンいい。私は
Okay, continue using the name of the Baldessian Committee. Okay.
どうにか無事に解放さ
That
れたわ
just
ね。
seems like an insane place to be doing that. And let us go.
収穫は決して少なくなかったわ。哲学者議会が星会で何かを知り、それが今なお続く重大な使命となっていることも分かった。
Yeah, we learned that the Philosopher's Parliament learned something vital about the Sea of Stars, and that directly relates to their, you know, the mission that they're continuing.
ただ、領内での活動を禁じられてしまったこともあるし、ここから先を知ることは難しくなりそうね。
Okay, we've been banned from operating within Charlene territory, so it's going to be difficult to learn more going forward. Okay. It is the frying sound. It's very much distracting. Ooh, I like that. Like, this is the truly wise. This is the thing that Alfido's and always his dad said. Like, we as, you know, like, truly wise ones. And so this quest name is like truly wise ones. Or like the truly wise one. Whatever you want to go with. That could refer to like a person or just a concept. We've learned quite a lot, but I really wish that we could have learned what exactly the mission that the Philosopher's Parliament was so hell-bent on doing was. A state visitor? That doesn't mean anything. Okay. Yeah, if it's nothing... Okay, always say you can't just say, like, if they've got nothing to hide, it should be fine. Always is the sort of person who would ask to go through your phone, is what I'm learning from this. You know, if you don't have anything to be, you know, feel guilty about, then it should be fine to talk about.
星が滅びようとも貫かなきゃならないなんて、私たちやお母様の命よりも大事ってことなのかしら。
They keep saying it. Also, again, no, no MTL. MTL, no. No, no, no. Bad MTL. Smack. Like, they said that even if the world were to be destroyed, they would have to... Like, they have no choice but to keep... Like, to hold fast to their mission. I wonder if that means that it's more important than ours or our mother's lives.
二人ともよかった、無事だったのね。
Is this gonna be their mom? Amazing. Two of you, oh, thank goodness you're okay. This is their mom. Yay.
あなたたちが左門会にかけられると聞いたものだからびっくりして飛んできたのよ。何事もなくって本当によかった。
When I heard you all were going to be put up to a hearing, I was so shocked. I came here as soon as I could. I'm really so glad to see that you're okay.
お母様。
Mother. Yeah.
はじめまして、アメリアン・スルベユールと申します。
A pleasure to meet you. My name is Ameliance Duveur.
暁の血盟の皆さんですよね。いつもうちの子たちがお世話になってお会いできて光栄だわ。
She's really nice. Yeah, you're all the blood oath of the coming dawn, aren't you? You like Osewa ni naru is again MTL. Osewa ni naru is another one of those phrases that just doesn't really exist in English. It's like, you know, you've taken good care of them, they've been in your care, right? I'm trying to think of exactly what I would want to say for this also on another. I mean, you could just say, like, you've taken such good care of Alvino and Alize. It's an honor to finally meet you. Also,
お母様、いけません。私たちは
so the quest name here is like,
見つかったらご迷惑がかかります。
The truly wise one. I'm assuming they're referring to her. Mother, you can't be out here. Yeah, you can't. It would be because, you know, so many problems for you if it was found we would, you know, we were talking to a member of the Duveyuru house after our disinheritance.
あら、親子がお話しするのよ。ちっとも悪いことなんてないわ。フルシュノさんとあなたたちが喧嘩中なのは聞いたけれど、私はもっと早くに会いたかったくらい。
Well, there's nothing, you know, wrong with a, you know, mother speaking with her children. I heard you were having a bit of a fight with Urushino. I really wish I could have met you sooner. I could have seen you sooner.
ねえ、この後お家に寄ってくれるでしょう。 あなたたちに渡したいものがあるのよ。
You... Can you come by the house, a bit later? I have something I want to give the two of you.
ちょうどいいじゃない。この後のことは、サンクレットたちの報告も踏まえて、改めて検討すべきでしょうし。
Yeah, we need to talk to Fencrid and the others about what we're going to, do after this.
私たちは先
Put
に
frog
バ
hats on
ル
them?
デシオン
Yes.
軍艦に戻っているから、家に顔を出してらっしゃいな。
Okay, we'll go back to the, Baldessian Annex. You can go home.
でも、オレオはどう思う？
What do you think? I think you should go hang out,
オレオさ
spend some
ん、
time with...
あなたがオレオ・マクフラリーさんなのね。
Oh, it's you! It's like, yeah, your character name is like, I've heard so much of you.
今日はとても素敵な日ね。あなたもぜひ、
I'm so glad to finally meet you. What a wonderful day. Yeah, please, come to the house. You must.
そうと決まれば、急いで戻らないと。古篠さんが帰ってきたら、私はいいけど、使用人たちが板挟みになってしまうものね。
And in that case, we'll have to be quick. Have to return quite quickly. Yeah, I would be, fine if, Furushino came back, but... Yeah, the servants would really get caught up in the middle. It's like the servants wouldn't have any good options, right? Like either they listen to what she says or they do what Furushino told them to do. Either option is going to be like disregarding a direct order or whatever. Okay. It's like, she's really nice. It's like, yeah, please, come over. You must. And bring Alfino and Alice as well, would you?
行っちゃった。
She just left. She really just left.
それじゃあ、後でバルデシオン軍艦でね。3人ともごゆっくり。
We'll meet up at the Baldessian Annex later. The three of you, please, take as much time as you need. Aha. Very fun. This is a very good, refreshing quest to end the stream on.
アルフィノはジャンジャカ学友たちを呼んでたから気にならないかもしれないわよ。けど、私はいろいろあるのよ。いろいろ。
It's like, yeah, Alfino would have people over all the time, yada yada.
君を巻き込んでしまったようで。だが、母が
Alise is very bothered by this. Sorry to get you caught up in this, but I'm just relieved to see that Mom's doing all right.
せっかくの機会だ。大した場所でなくて恐縮だが、うちまでご一緒願えるかな、オレオ。
Yeah, sorry, you don't need to, but would you please be willing to come with us to our house?
こうなったらスパッと行って帰ってくるわよ。言っておくけど、玄関までだから部屋とか絶対入っちゃダメなんだからね。
Okay. Yeah, she's like, yeah, okay, sure. you know, we're gonna go in, we're just gonna leave. Like, tell you right now, you know, you can go into the entryway, but you can't go into my room. Absolutely not.
どうしてだい？君の部屋はよく整理整頓されていると思うけれど。
Wait, why? I think your room is quite tidy. After all.
そういう問題じゃないのよ。
That's not the problem.
小さい頃からお気に入りの捨てずに来ちゃったぬいぐるみとか。
Yeah, that's not the point. No, everybody has stuff, you know, like a stuffed animal that they never threw away from when they were a little kid, or something like that.
もういいから行くわよ。
Whatever, let's go.
そこの階段を降りて。
Okay. Alize is embarrassed about the state of her room. Very fun. Excellent. She does not want to let her hero, the Warrior of Light, see her childhood room. It's probably very, very, like, fancy.
小さかった頃、よくアルフィノと一緒にここへ来てお父様が仕事を終えて帰ってくるのを待ってたのよ。
Often come here with Alfino and wait for our father to come back
あ
from
る
work.
時、会議が長引いたんでしょうね。お父様がなかなか出てこない日があって、退屈した私は欄干から身を乗り出して川を見てたの。
And one day, a meeting was dragged on, and our father just didn't show up, so I was bored. I leaned over the railing to look at the river.
そしたら、ちょうど出てきたお父様が、アリゼーって叫びながらかけてきてね、懐かしいわ。
And just as he was coming out, my father yelled and came running, shouting, Alize. It brings me back.
私とアリゼーが幼い頃自由に出歩けた場所はこの端までだったんだ。
Okay, so when Alize and I were little, we could go wherever we wanted as far as we didn't go past this
自由
bridge.
にと言っても母や使用人たちが見守ってくれていたから二人だ
You
け
know, I
では
said
なかっ
we
たけ
could
れ
go
ど
wherever
ね。
we wanted, but, freely, but it's not like we could. We weren't ever alone. Our mother or the servants were always watching
そ
over
れ
us.
が今では海の向こうにも共存世界にすら行けたんだ。私も少しは成長したということかな。
And now we went, we crossed the whole ocean. We even went to a mirrored world. I guess, we've grown up a bit, I guess. Big fan of Comfy Quest.
ああ、そうだ。私が初めて人に魔法を使ったのはこの広場だったんだよ。
Yeah, this plaza was the first place this square is the first place I used magic on someone.
アリゼーが思いっきり転んでね。手当てのために覚えたてのケアルをかけたんだ。
Always fell over. Yeah, like really, like she fell over like really hard. And so I, to try and help her, I used Kera. I just learned.
彼女の傷を治せたことと喜んでもらえたことが嬉しかった。治癒魔法を優先的に覚えるようになったのはあれがきっかけだったのかもしれないね。
Being able to heal her wounds and like her injury and how happy she was afterwards, that made me happy. Maybe that was the reason why I started really putting my priority into studying healing magic.
ここ、よくお祖父様とも来たのよ。夏にはちょっとした水遊びもしたりして。
We came here all the time with our grandfather. In the summer, we would even go and like play in the water a little bit.
そういえば、あの頃から、
And play in the
アルフィ
fountain.
ノは水遊びが好きじゃなかったわね。何かと理由をつけて避けようとしてたもの。
Ever since then, yeah, Alfino really despised, like, getting in water at all. It was like he was trying to avoid it for some sort of reason.
きっとそれが明暗を分けたんだわ。私はまさしくパフィンみたいに泳げるもの。そう、私はね。
Wait, this is the direct reference to the same joke from Stormblood. This is great. The repetition here. You know, like, that's the real difference between the two of us. You know, I can float, swim just like a puffin. You know? I can't. He can't swim, I can. Haha. Great. This combined with the music, this is very nice. This is a very nice, like, palate cleanser after Giga Filler.
ああ、3人とも待ってたのよ。さあさあ、中に入って。
Ah, the three of you. I was waiting. Now then, please, come inside. God, the first couple of notes here just keep reminding me of the home theme from Undertale. It's all I can hear. Welcome back. That dude with the circular shades, he's got something going on. Whoa. This is great. Nani. What, it's not that... It's not that crazy. He's like, what, it's not that impressive, come on. Well, this is the famous Rufeur estate. I'm gonna go with that one. That's you're just giving her a little bit of shit. Like, whoa, it's the.
その言い方やめてよね。確かにうちだけど、私が建てたわけでもないし。
Yeah, don't call it that. I mean, it's you know, it's our families, but it's not like, you know, I built it or anything.
みんな、この子たちが来たことは古篠さんには内緒にしておいてね。
Okay, she sounds exactly like I expected her to sound. Yeah, everyone, please keep it a secret from Furushino that these two are here, okay? Or that these two came
それ
here.
から彼が戻ってくる前にあれを渡したいの。急いで準備してもらえるかしら。
And I want to make sure they have that you know, that thing that we had prepared before he comes back. Could you please hurry and get that ready for them?
承知いたしました。
Understood.
アルフィナ様、アリゼ様、どうぞ2階の方へ。
Altino Alize, please, the second floor.
では少し行ってくるよ。
We'll be off. We'll be right back. Presumably they're going to go get changed or something.
実はね、あの子たちから 時々近況報告の手紙をもらっていたの。
You know, I've been getting like update letters from them from time to time.
親に宛てたものだから、すべての出来事を書いてはいないでしょうけれど。
It's written to their, they wrote it to their parents, so I don't imagine they wrote about everything that has gone on, but...
それでも最初の頃はすっごく心配だった。だからせめてお金くらいはと思って、暁に活動資金を送ったりしていたの。
Yeah, but, at the start I was so incredibly worried. And so, at the very least, I thought I would send, some, funds to the Dawn.
過ぎてみれば杞憂だったわね。あの子たちの手紙、どんどん生き生きとしてくるんだもの。
And looking back on it, it looks like I really didn't need to worry. The letters from the two of them have been getting so much more, like they've just always been getting more and more lively.
悪いこともいいことも、嬉しいことも、大変なことも、きっとみんな輝いて見えてるんじゃないかと思うわ。
Ah, Kagayaki again. The bad, all the bad times, all the good things, the bad things, the happy things, the difficult times. The koto can be time. You would probably say time here. Bad times, good times, happy times, difficult times. It's like, reading what they've wrote, I always just thought they're doing so wonderfully. They're just shining so bright out there.
特にあなたとの出会いは大きかったみたい。あなたの名前が書かれていなかった手紙なんて一つもないんじゃないかしら。
And it seems like they spent quite a lot of time with you as well. I mean, after all, I don't even think there's a single letter from them that doesn't mention you at least once. Amazing.
どうかこれからもあの子たちを守ってあげてくださいね。
Yeah, please keep looking after them.
それじゃあ一緒に二人を待ちましょうか。
Now then, let's wait for the two of them.
よければ待つ間にいろいろお話を聞かせていただける？
My apologies for not being able to serve any tea, but if you wouldn't mind, could you tell me? I have so much to ask you. If you don't mind, I have so much to ask you. She wants to know about what's going on. We're going to embarrass Alfino and Alize in front of their mother. Yay. Oh, new outfit.
戻ったわよ。一体何を渡されるのかって思ってたんだけど。
Wait a second, but no, this is you can't replace Tataru outfits. I'm back. I was wondering what you wanted to give us, but
お母様、これって。
Mother, this is.
よかった。
What's this?
ぴったりだわ。あなたのお気に入りはそういう服でよかったかしら？
Ah, this is great. Oh my, it fits you perfectly. Oh, it looks wonderful on you.
それじゃあ一緒に二人を待ちましょうか。
Yeah, please.
お茶もお預かりさせていただきますけれど、よければ松間間にいろいろお話を聞かせていただける？
My apologies for not being able to serve any tea, but if you wouldn't mind, could you That's, you know, this is like the sort of clothing you liked, wasn't it?
すごくいい。最高
Yeah,
よ。
it's wonderful. It's great.
けど、アルフィノとお揃いにはしてない？
Okay, that's great. Yeah, it's wonderful, perfect. But you didn't make it so that I'm matching with Alfino, did you?
もちろん。あなたもアルフィノも素敵な大人になろうとしてる。
Of course. You know, you and Alfino are both, you know, already, you know, such wonderful adults. Or you're trying your best to become just, you know, wonderful,
お
independent
揃いの服を
adults.
着ていた頃もとびっきり可愛かったけど、今はそれぞれに似合いの服があるものね。
Yeah. Though, you know, having you both wearing matching clothes was absolutely adorable. You know, but now you should have clothes that suit the two of you individually.
ほら。
Oh, look.
お母様、
That is a pretty
あ
good
りが
fit.
とうございます。とても着心地が良くて実用的だ。
Dude, you're really gonna be that formal with your own mother? Come on. Mother, thank you so much, Mother. It's very comfortable and quite practical.
気に入ってもらえて嬉しいわ。
I'm glad you like it.
実はその服と合わせてもう一つ渡したいものがあるの。
But, you know, there's one other thing I wanted you to have, alongside those outfits. Aside from those outfits, there's one other thing I would like you to have. Okay. This is just like my apologies for intruding, yada yada. Well, really, it's like, yeah, please, if you could turn... She's saying she's gonna put something on his back. Oh, so he's actually class-changing to Sage. This is... Man, this does kind of make me want to actually play Sage.
元は古篠さんが使っていたものなの。
Ooh, how do you... okay. Fuck, what do you do with that? Okay, so the name of this thing here is... It's It's the kanji for wisdom and then, like, tool. Is the name of this thing. And again, you know, like, the wise ones, and, you know, it's the first kanji for sage, kinza, like wise man, wise one. Yeah. I don't know what they would go with for this. This works in Japanese. It does not work at all in English. You would have to go with something else. But depending on what you go with, Nolith? Ugh. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, I would think that you would... I would think, if anything, you would call them, like, quills. Or something along those lines. You know, like a sage's quill. Because, I mean, you've got wise tool. What's like what's like a tool that comes to mind when you think of a sage? Probably like a quill or something. We in the business call them funnels. Fuck, that's good. This does kind of make me want to play Sage. But the thing is that, like, I kind of want to play Red Ridge too. Like, bits. Yeah, it's, you know, something that Fortunal used them before. They used to be Fortunals.
あの人、今では机にかじりついているけれど、学生の頃はフィールドワークもしたのよ。
Yeah, right now he's absolutely inseparable from his desk, but you know, when he was a student, he did do field work, you know.
その剣具で戦いもしたし。
It's literally Kengu. But that's like Kengu, Tengu. No, that's probably not a direct connection. Kengu. Kengu. Fuck, I'm trying to think of what the other wordplay that's there with that. I still just like quill, honestly, is what I would probably go with. Like with those quills, he fought and, you know, healed his allies' friends' wounds. It might not be the, you know, like the like genuine, like the real combat you're all throwing yourselves into, but
意見がすれ違っている今だからこそ、それを知っておいてほしくて、倉庫から引っ張り出してきたの。
Yeah, it's like, you know, now that you aren't seeing eye to eye, like now that you aren't seeing eye to eye, you know, I felt like you should, you know about this, and so I had them pulled out of the warehouse.
それに、
pulled out of the storehouse.
ルベユール家が特注したものなら、間違いなく上等品でしょ?
Yeah. And after all, I mean, if it's something that was like custom ordered for the Duveilleur family, it's going to be incredibly high quality, isn't it? Oh!
扱いが難しいとは聞いているけれど、たくさんの経験を積んできたあなたなら、きっと使いこなせるはず。
Yeah. I've heard that they're quite difficult to use, however, considering all you've been through and learned, I'm sure you'll be able to get the hang of it.
その英知がどうかあなたたちを守りますよ。そしていつかお父様と分かり合って、また気兼ねなくこの家に帰ってきてね。
I hope that, like, you know, wisdom will keep the two of you safe. You know, that knowledge, intellect, keep the two of you safe. And I'm sure that one day, you know, you'll come to an understanding with your father and you'll be able to come home whenever you like.
Hi, 必ず.
I promise it will.
さて、私から遅れるのも、あとは助言くらいかしら。
And now then, the only thing I have left to give you is, you know, a little bit of advice.
まず、古篠さんは昔から真面目な人だったけど、議員としての活動に心血を注ぐようになったのは、あなたたちが生まれてからよ。
At first, Furushino has always been... So, it's interesting that she's referring to her own husband as Furushino-san. That's just kind of like a little fancy, slight detachment thing. But, you know, you don't want to, you don't actually read too much into that. That's a fairly common thing. And also, mazime is, a bit of a double-edged word. Like, he's always been a very, you know, serious person. But that means, like, you know, serious, kind of grave, almost. Mazime can very easily be used as a compliment and an insult. It's almost like uptight. You know, he's always been very serious, earnest, but it wasn't until the two of you were born that he truly completely devoted himself to his work as a legislator.
私も哲学者議会の事情は聞いていないけれど、あの人のことだもの。きっとそこに意味があると思うわ。
Well, okay, if it was Anata, that would be, she would have to be talking to him for that. She might. If she said like ano otoko, that would be like, ooh, very, very bad. But it seems like here she's trying to say, like, you know, don't think too badly of your father. I haven't heard about what's going on with the Philosopher's Parliament, but you know, if he's involved, I'm sure there's some sort of reason behind what he's doing.
それからもう一つ、お父様に言葉で勝とうと思わないこと。
Yeah, and one more thing. Yeah, don't think you can, you know, win against your father, like through words. You know, like you're not gonna you're not gonna argue him out of the position, basically.
見せちゃうか。やってしまってから事後報告が一番早いんだから。
やっちまってから。Okay, this is great. It's like, you know, don't try and like convince him. You know, just do whatever, you know, just do what you're gonna do and tell him about it later, afterwards. That'll be the fastest way. She is basically saying, like, just go off and prove him wrong. Pretty much. Like, you don't have to ask for permission, just go off and do it. Unless I'm very heavily misreading that. But yeah, like, look, they're laughing about it. It's like, yeah. Mom. Yeah, it's kind of an easier to beg for permission than ask for forgiveness thing, but it's more along the lines of, you know... I think it's a bit more along the lines of... Like, rather than trying to explain to him why he's wrong, in parentheses, you know, just show him. Right? Like, you know, show him after you've already done it. Pretty much. Right? Like, go off and do what it is that you're gonna do, and then show him, like, why he was wrong. Haha. Which they find very funny. That was thank you for the advice. Now then, we're leaving now. Goodbye for now. Stay safe.
皆さんと仲良くね。
皆さんと仲良くね。God, this is the most, like, Japanese mom-ass thing to say. I'm trying to think, is there really an equivalent? What is the equivalent in English for this sort of thing? You know, it's like, you know, take care of yourself. You know, make sure you're staying healthy and make sure you get along with everybody. You know, don't go starting any fights now. You know, be nice to everybody. Ahaha. It's a very mom line. I'm surprised she's letting Oze go out like that without a coat. She needs to have a coat. She's gonna get cold. It's like 80 degrees outside, but it might get a little bit cold at night, so she needs to have a coat with her. Absolutely wonderful. Okay. I think that this is probably the good, a better stopping point, because it seems like it's gonna be... to say, you know, goodbye to this house for quite a while. Sometime. I think this is a good place to stop it. I will say, God, I would actually rather, like, I'd rather level Red Mage, I think. Red Mage to me is actually kind of fun. Like, the stance swap is actually, like, visually satisfying to do, which is basically the only thing that matters to me for DPS. I want to get a cool thing and then spend that cool thing. I don't give a shit about whether or not it actually fits within a 2-minute burst window or whatever. I just want to do cool backflip and see big numbers. That's it. Oh no, you have to maximize everything within. Who is this? Why is this person waving at me? I'll wave them. Okay. I think I gave them a goodbye wave, which might come across as rude. Oh, it's you! Hey, what's up? The gang's all here. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for me. For right now. Very comfy. Good times. You know, as far as people were saying that this is like, you know, giga filler, I think that this was not anywhere near actually as bad filler as people were saying. Yeah. Hey. But, oh, I just started dropping frames. Oh, no. Oh, I just started hella dropping frames. Holy shit. Hopefully the, like, my voice is still coming through at least a little bit, but yeah, that would be a better reason to cut it. There was just a little bit of, like, network instability or whatever right there. But yeah. Good fit. Those are literally just, like, actual missiles. I don't know. I'd have to... I'm gonna ask Michael about that, what he would think to do for that. You know, for the King thing. But yeah, I think I'm gonna change the... I'm definitely gonna change the stream title and thumbnail. Because this was not filler. This was actually interesting. There were many interesting things here. Specifically, that Heidelin bullshit. That bitch, she's gotta go down. This will not stand. This will not stand. But yeah, thanks to everybody for showing up. Be sure to sub or whatever. Or don't, I'm not a cop. Yeah, and then I'll see you all again on Sunday, same time. Peace out. Okay, bye.